Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Morning, Leah.
How you doing?
Good.
Was this pretty easy to find, or was it a pain in the butt?
Oh, the site visit? No, it was easy. I knew exactly where it was.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Been there before anyway.
You guys are set up, ready to go whenever you want to take over control.
Okay, thank you. So we're gonna work on consent here. The actual agenda doesn't start until 10 or whenever we finish with consent. So if anyone's listening, we're going to be a little while. So Josh and I will review the consent items, of which there are 7. And we'll start with C1, which is Wonderment. Let's see here. This is final on consent for a new 4,500 square foot residence, 800 square foot garage, and a barn at 3580 Toro Canyon Park Road. So, Josh, are you going to drive, or you want me to pull the plans?
Yeah, I'm just opening it up right now. Wonderment. Here we go.
Good morning, gentlemen. Sam Smith is here for C1.
Hey, Sam.
Good morning.
Nice to see you. There we go.
Okay, so the comments from last time are few. Provide plant quantities and provide details showing recessed windows.
So if I think Gary should be here to talk a little bit about the detail, but I can fill in if he does the architect. On the landscape plans, Josh, on L1, L3 and L3.1, you'll see the plan, but the list is on 3.1. It's an extensive list, but we've shown quantities of the trees and size. We've shown quantities of shrubs and ground covers, and this owner wants to have some flexibility. So we have an extension list. Not every plant has a quantity because of some flexibility we want in those perennial gardens that are hidden by the house and the terraces. But
there's a True Value down the street. You should probably go down there. Sorry, I got interrupted there.
So anyway, that's the side. And then I think there was a detail that maybe Alex was curious about that was for the stone veneer, how it was working with the sills and the heads of the windows. And I don't know exactly where to find that in the architectural drawings. Get on. Maybe not.
Okay. Well, Josh can breeze through that. There was another comment that didn't make it in the comments for some reason, and that was regarding the sycamore trees. And I looked at the plan. It looks like you removed some, Sam. And
yeah. So, Chris, your comment a couple of meetings ago was, what about the sycamores? They seem out of place. And so I added a few in the little canyon down below. So if you notice on the east side of the site, there's a little drainage and a draw that pulls water down into a canyon that has oaks and a lot of eucalyptus that we're selectively removing. And that canyon is pretty opportunity to introduce some sycamores in that canyon is what we'd like to do. And so I'm carrying them up that little eastern draw below the barn, and I wanted to add a few around the barn because of the scale of the barn coming down the driveway. As the first building you see, I'd like to soften that with that, deciduous tree. And the context is that it's repeated in that little canyon down below, and then it's pulled up around the barn. And I'd like to put one in front of the house behind the house. So in terms of context, I think the context of the setting allows this to look more natural and to come out of that canyon in a more kind of representative of a riparian habitat down in that canyon. So I like the shade aspect. I like the deciduous aspect. I like the scale of a kind of a roosting tree. So I did eliminate one around the barn just to kind of bring the numbers into a little more respect in terms of the size of that tree. but I'd like to keep them, yes.
Okay, yeah, I think it helps bringing them down into that canyon. The thing I was worried about is, we're trying to get this house to recede into the hillside, and if we have trees that are 3 times the height on top of a ridge, or at least the perception that it's on top of a ridge, that it's going to call more attention to it. But I think, by sort of spreading them out on the site, I think that's gonna help. And so anyway.
Yeah, on east and west, we brought the live oak up the west side to create some screening to that neighbor and to the sunset, and also on the east side, olives, and we've got oaks mixed in with the sycamores. So I think the mixture of plant material, the blending of the biomass that we're bringing around this house, it's really going to settle it in and not make it stick out. It's going to tie into the sides, the natural sides of what's up there now.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's fine. Josh, I don't know if you've seen the other detail. I don't know how important that is, considering nobody's going to see this thing.
It's really so remote, you guys, that it's going to be seen. I think Gary and Marco are taking the time to really make the details of this house very high quality. It's going to be a fine home throughout. But that was a question from, maybe you can find one of those details. There's the plant list on L3.1, shows all the quantities that we wanted to make sure saw.
Okay. All right. I don't know, Josh, if you think it's worth looking for that one detail, or I think we're good to go here.
Was that your concern too, Josh? That detail? You're muted.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got distracted while I was opening up this file. Which detail?
Well,
it's just a head and a sill detail for some stone veneer that's, again, like Chris said, it's going to be very, very hidden and discreet and done well.
So the comment was provide details showing recessed windows.
So one of the architectural sheets, and I'm sorry, I don't have those in front of me.
Just open them. Let's see if I can figure this out. I had it open for a second.
Can be a real headache going through all these drawings. I can only imagine, Josh.
Looks like it's having trouble loading too. You might want to pull them off of the server and onto your desktop.
Yeah, I got to get on to hard not line connection. Hold on. So I'm in my LA office here today, and I'm a little flat-footed. Bear with me, gents.
Well, in the meantime, I really don't think we need to dwell on a little detail. I think you guys, you have a good team. I think you'll work it out. I think it'll be good.
We concur.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, I can only guarantee that this is going to be a finely done home in all details and all aspects.
Yeah. So I think we can move on then. Thank you, Sam, for representing.
All right.
And we'll basically, final as submitted.
Perfect. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Nice to see you.
Okay, item C2, Santa Barbara Polo and Racket Club exterior alterations. Request of Ken Dixon, agent for the club, for preliminary and final of the clubhouse remodel. No grading, located at 3375 Foothill Road in Carpinteria. And 2 comments and a planner memo here. Project is acceptable. Provide better photos of current construction. So if we can, let's go to C2, and I'll read the planner memo in the meantime. which states from Chris Schmuckel.
Here, by the way, here I'm looking at the details now. They look great. Looks good. So this thing's off pretty sense. There we go.
So yeah, C2. All right, the planner comments. This project was approved as part of a previous substantial conformity determination and land use permit. The application since has made changes to the project, including changing the roof from a red clay tile roof to an asphalt shingle roof and applying a white stucco finish to the exterior of the building and installing a new air conditioner. The applicant has provided additional pictures as requested. So I think I saw Mark there. Mark, do you want to give us a quick rundown of anything that's changed? Or, I mean, I think.
I know that basically everything was cool last time, and these pictures now better explain the angles we could shoot from of the project. It's really nice and clean now. It needed a repair, and so now it's a really cool looking, nice and clean structure, white with the roof as you see it there. The far left photo is the entry that you can come to.
Okay, and Josh, I don't remember if you were here for this, but we all thought it was nicely done. I think it was pretty much a formality, and it's scheduled for prelim and final. So unless you have any comments, I think we can move this along as well.
Okay. Yeah.
Prelim and final as submitted.
What was the project generally? You're just doing a
Renovated the interior, replaced some, I think they repainted it, took the tile off, put the comp roof back on, and stuff like that.
Yeah. Was it
no.
done previously, Mark, without, I mean, the change in the roof was unpermitted and then you brought it back? Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It was, somebody put tile roof on without asking, causing the roof to kind of have a, how do you say, failure almost. Anyways.
From the weight.
Yeah. So now
okay. Yeah. So no other changes. I don't think doors and windows or anything changed. So it was just bringing it back to the color and the correct roof.
Pictures.
Yeah, and get the pictures back. So I think we're good to go. Thank you.
Thanks.
For coming in today, Mark.
Yeah.
Moving right along.
Item number C3. Hang on a second. So Alfano Additions, request of Dane Twitchell, architect for Mark Alfano, for final approval on consent of a house remodel and a 70 square foot addition to the existing single family dwelling at 150 Toro Canyon Road. I think I saw Dane up there too. Dane, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, 2 comments here as well. Project is acceptable. Address the detailing of the rear doorway and transom units. I think that was. So let's go ahead and bring up that plan. Take a look at the rear elevation.
Sheet 11. 11 should be the elevations. Right? There we go. Yep. Yeah, so just around the new folding doors with transom windows going out to the back, we just added a trim piece that goes around and unifies that into, one piece basically.
That's on the east elevation, correct?
Right, exactly. Yep. You're just trying to open it up, existing house, open up to the backyard a little more.
Okay. Works for me, Josh.
Yep.
I think it was maybe Alex's concern.
Right, yes. Yep.
Read, what was this comment?
Address the detailing of the rear doorway and transom units. I don't remember what Alex's concern was. Was it
well,
it didn't look like one unit?
Yeah, it was because the beam above the folding doors is fairly large. We had kept the same small it's a board and batten house and just has small trim around all the windows, and we kept that the same, and then run the board and batten through there. So we had like a little strip of board batten across
Right.
the back wall, and just thought that that was going to be kind of busy. And I agree that it's so we went in with a little bit heavier trim, more than what the other windows have, because the door and windows are a lot larger scale to it. So we're basically making it a little bit thicker. It's thicker than the board and batten, a little bit wider than the trim around the other windows, just to hold that into, so it can hold its one piece.
Okay. All right. Any concerns, Josh?
None. I don't have any.
Okay, so
Pretty well done.
yeah, I think same goes.
A+ for a very brisk. Well, I don't know what to call it. It's pretty peppy PDF here. I like it. It's a class.
Well compressed PDF.
Very good.
Okay, so final as submitted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Item C4, the Trinity Evangelical Lutheran roof replacement. Request of Eduardo Velasquez, agent for Adam Graham, for preliminary and final approval on consent of a 17,000 square foot roof replacement of the main sanctuary building. This is a 7-acre parcel located at 909 North La Cumbra Road in Santa Barbara, continued from the last meeting on July 23rd. Comments, project is acceptable. Also, there's a planner memo. I don't know if you want to open up those plans, but so the planner comments from Paige Rusa. While a re-roofing project is typically exempt from the requirement to obtain a land use permit due to the siting of the structure and high visibility of the roof, Planning and Development Department staff determined it appropriate to seek feedback from the SBAR on the proposed project. Conceptual feedback was provided by the board at its last meeting on July 23rd, and the project is now ready for approval. So again, sounds like a formality. Everybody was okay with it. So congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Final as submitted. Thanks for showing up.
Yes, I appreciate it.
Jump through that hoop.
Yep.
Kind of an interesting set of drawings, though, I gotta say. Like, this is let's see a set of elevations like that.
Yeah, it's neat.
It's gonna be a fun one.
Okay, good luck, gentlemen. Item C5, Chang project. Request of,
Can you hear me?
yes,
Okay.
request of
That's
Antonio.
Domingo.
Is it Zeke's?
Z-case.
Z-Case,
Close enough.
agent for DJ Chang, for final review on consent of a 450 square foot as-built addition, 40 square foot new addition to the first floor, second floor addition of 860. No grading, located at 5109 San Simeon Drive in Goleta. SBAR comments from July 23rd. Building color needs to add contrast, too much white on white. Consider darker color for stucco than siding material. And then show window trim if proposed. So you want to?
Yeah, okay, so we did that. That was the only issue. We went a little darker with the body color. I don't want to get too dark, so I picked what's called Jubilee by Sherwin-Williams, and I think it makes a nice contrast. And I called it out on the page 10 of the exterior colors and materials. Now I noticed that my scan, it comes out a little bluer than the real color, but the colors on the elevations are more accurate. So just
Josh, can we go to that file and the page? What was it? 10.
I'm trying
5 is the elevations.
And then what about the window trim? Did you?
Well, the windows trim stayed the same. We
There we
just
go.
white, and that's on page 10. Excuse me. And if you want to have a comparison, I have the existing and the proposed elevations on sheet 8.
Okay, where is this? Where's the color board?
That's on sheet 10.
Oh, there we go.
Nothing up yet.
That's 6 would be 12, right?
Oh, there it is. Right above the photos.
Are we still looking for the colors, Josh?
Here, just thought, yeah. So is this it here? There we go.
Yeah, so you can kind of see that Jubilee paint swatch is a little bluer. And that's because of the quality of my cheap scanner. But the actual elevations show the truer color. The elevations on sheet 5. So just we did get a little contrast before we had more of a much lighter white. So I think it does look better. Good suggestion by Alex.
Okay, so you're saying the elevations are more indicative of the look?
Yeah, I think so, due to the print quality and the scanner and so on.
So is that 2 pages back?
The elevations on sheet 5, so that'd be 5 pages back.
Okay, so it's different files. It's all divided up. So we
Oh,
need to go to
really?
that.
Okay. Yeah, the file was too big, so she had me chop it up into little.
Josh, we need to go back to a different file, the previous one. And then I believe it's the middle page. There we go. Okay. So the siding is Arctic white, and then the Jubilee is it a gray?
Yeah, it's a light gray.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Josh, you good for that?
Yeah, I think it's successful.
Yeah, I think it looks nice. Okay. Very good. Looks good, gentlemen. I think we can give you final as submitted.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thanks for playing our game.
It's been fun.
Yeah.
See you next time.
All right.
Item C6, Athene LLC edition. Request of Philip Dabolski, agent for Natalie Orfila, for preliminary and final approval on consent of a 631 square foot addition to a single family dwelling at 330 Asegra Road in Summerland.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Comments from last time, which was last heard January 8th of this year. Nice project. Trellis should be extended further out to provide additional relief. So is that what we're looking at there in the upper left?
Yeah, and we did do that. We added about another 1.5 feet, so it's 5'6" now coming out from the building, and I think the proportion looks good.
Okay, and I think that was basically for sun protection.
Yes, because it does face south.
Okay. Well, I think that's pretty straightforward also.
Can I point out that we did do a couple other changes?
Oh. Okay.
If you go to the elevation sheet, A3.0. Well, yes, there we go. On the right hand, in the middle picture, the proposed, we had added previously a pair of French doors on the right hand side. Well, we also added another pair of French doors instead of the existing window that's there in the master bedroom on the left hand side. So now the rear facade is balanced.
Okay.
And then if you go to the plan,
up. Yeah.
yes, in yeah, next. Yeah, that's good. There. You can see the two French doors down at the bottom. And then also there's a small addition to the master bathroom on the left-hand side where we're adding a shower and a sauna. And that was just different from what was on the plans before.
Okay. Very good. Looks fine to me. I think it's actually more successful with the balanced French doors.
Yeah, so do I. I think it's going to look great.
Nicole, did you have something to add for this?
Hi, sorry. No, I just noticed we were told to log in at 10 and we're past our agenda item. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just was wondering if a decision had been made or if we're returning to C4.
C4 was approved as submitted.
Sandy? Okay, thank you so much.
Yep. Okay, and I believe C6 also would be approved as submitted.
Great. Thank you so much.
And that was for prelim and final.
Great.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks. Thanks very much.
All right. Let's see. C7, Parisinoto Garage, request of Don Swan, agent for Paolo and Karen Parisinoto. I think I'm saying that right. For prelim final approval on consent of 192 square foot, one car addition located at 3963 Laguna Blanca Drive in Hope Ranch. Do we have an applicant here at all? Okay, well, it just says, the only comment that we had from May 21st of this year was project is minor in nature and can be supported. So there you have it. You can see the little addition in the center of the page on the right side of the house, another little one car addition. And it looks like maybe a new entry gate. And Josh, maybe can you zoom into that light fixture in the upper left so we can just make sure that it's dark sky compliant? Match existing. So I think just to be sure, we should just put a comment in there that just says ensure fixtures are dark sky compliant. And why don't we just run through these plans? I haven't seen this. Pretty thorough. Anything to add, Josh? You're muted, by the way.
Yeah, sorry, I got noise in the background. Proposed one bedroom accessory dwelling unit garage.
Oh,
I addition C. Is the applicant here?
I don't think so, but
I'm just curious what's sitting in the side yard setback, how that works. I can't remember. I kind of remember this thing, but see that right there?
Hi, this is Willow, the planner. I
Ah,
can.
hey.
Hi,
Great.
I'm doing well. Yeah, so there was a modification process for this project to reduce the side yard setback by 5 feet.
Okay.
right. And did we already review that at full board and we were okay with it?
Yeah, I have comments I can pull if you want.
Were there any comments, Chris, from the last go round?
No, it just says project is minor in nature and can be supported. So
Yeah, I think so. It looks pretty complete here. I mean, I don't see anything to get excited about, so I think we should approve it.
yep. Okay, very good. Prelim final as submitted. Ensure dark sky compliant light fixtures. Okay, we did it. All 7 within half an hour. All right, and so we have Josh and I see Alex and Robert. Is that Kaylee?
Hello.
Wow. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Pleasant surprise. Okay. Are you excited, Kaylee?
So excited.
Okay, so it is 10 o'clock and we do have a quorum. Therefore, I think we can begin the SBAR meeting of August 13th, 2021, call to order. Beginning with item number 1, which would be public comment. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on an item that is not on today's agenda? If so, please raise your virtual hand. Any request to speak, Leah?
None on my end.
Okay. Moving on then to the minutes from July 9th and July 23rd. Did we ever get the July 9th minutes in the folder? Leah?
No, not. Those are going to have to come at the next meeting.
Okay. All right, so Josh, let's bring up the July 23rd minutes and can we just have everybody check in? I just want to make sure. I see people are up, but Robert and Alex.
I'm here.
Okay. Is Alex?
Kaylee, would you mind driving today, Kaylee? I got a little bit of a technology problem here. I'm really slow.
Yes, I can. Let me, I haven't downloaded everything, so if it lags, I might have to take a pause, but I'll try from the box, straight from the box.
Yeah, I never download anything. Chris always tells me to, but I don't.
Okay. Let me get organized here.
Let's start ruling with an iron fist here.
I'm not seeing the first item in the box though. Is that?
It's S1.
S1.
So
Okay.
we need the minutes though. We're looking
Okay.
for the 7/23 draft minutes.
Okay, let me get organized. Here we go.
You know what, Chris? Sorry, I put the minutes underneath the S1 item on the agenda, so they're way at the beginning before the consent.
Right. What?
So S1 is listed before the.
Yeah. Okay, I got that with all the comments. Yes, I think we're just doing the reviewing the minutes from the previous SBAR meeting. So.
Oh, okay. I'm only halfway listening to you guys, so sorry.
You know,
It's understandable.
it's not done. It's taking a really long time to download. Josh, are you able to just put the minutes up and then I can download everything else?
I got it.
Okay. Sorry, Chris.
Okay. So this is, from July 23rd. So I wasn't here, so I'll have to recuse myself, but I'll check for spelling errors. So yeah, guys, maybe I can enlarge this a little bit. Okay, we saw these today, all the consent. So item 1.
Looks good to me.
It looks fine.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you guys were really easy going last time, huh?
Yes, until we got to the end.
Wait, this is Travis. I'm just subbing in for Alex Tuttle today, but item 2 has no SBAR comments.
Project is acceptable.
Oh, sorry, didn't see that. I just read straight to the right and not below.
Okay. So we're on item 4 then. Okay, everybody good with that?
I think
Yeah, that sounds all right.
excuse me, I think comment B needs to be stronger. It is, it's not further study, it's redesign. I mean, it's really needs help. The style of this balcony and stairs.
So you want to just say redesign stairs, railing, and base of columns to match style of residence?
Yes.
Okay, got that, Travis?
Thank you.
Okay, 5 was dropped. 6, nice project.
That's a good comment.
7, nice project.
Hmm. Oh, this is
Las Canoas.
this is the Osnar project on Las Canoas, yeah. How about age, just be a little more clear. A project is well executed or something like that. B, the board is still concerned with proximity of garage to the driveway. Need better screening between neighbors and also between project and road area. Okay, that's B. C, provide more details on excuse me, that refers to the railing on the back. It doesn't seem to match the style of the house. So provide details on balcony railing to match to be more consistent with the style of the residence.
What was A again?
Project is well executed. So that seems to be better than nice project. I mean, it's well designed, it's well, it's professionally done. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let's move on.
Number 8. We reviewed that today. So number 9 we reviewed today. Number 10. Oops.
Oh yeah, this one. Okay. Yeah, this is a complicated project, a pretty aggressive project, well designed, really, but they kind of wanted to know some. They obviously spent a lot of time on this project, and they wanted to have some comment from the board as to whether this project would be acceptable or not. The board requested more information about what kind of modification or height, not the modification, but what is it called? A height allowance or there were some issues with the height, okay? So but architectural design is acceptable, okay? This southern portion of the house and cantilever appear not nestled on the slope. I mean, not less nestled, it's really sticking out, really.
You want to say should be more nestled into the slope?
Yeah, maybe should, but need to be nestled on into the slope or on the slope.
I don't think less nestled is a thing.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the southern portion of the structure and cantilever need to be nestled on the slope. Okay.
I think the big issue is because there was kind of a lack of the site sections and elevations to really understand what was happening at that point of the project.
Yeah, but they did have some visuals, some 3D visuals, which that's where I got the concept, and I mean that's where we got the comments. I think Valerie and I were pretty strong on that. Okay, so the rest seems to be fine with me. And
I agree.
Okay. 11 and 12 continued. That's why we have, okay. All right.
Yeah, okay. All right, so I make a motion to approve this, the 7:23 minutes as amended.
I'll second it.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? One abstention. I was not present.
Two abstentions, actually.
Sorry, two. Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you, guys. Item number 3 then, SBAR members informational briefings. Does anyone anything to share with the class?
Yeah, I have an appointment at 3 o'clock, so I'm gonna have to take off like 2:30, and then I'm not gonna be here at the next meeting. I'm gonna be up in Oregon, so.
Okay, I think, Josh, are you also absent at the next meeting? I had that in my schedule. Is Josh still here? Maybe we can get, yeah.
I'm not, I'm looking.
He sent
Did I say I wasn't going to be here next Friday?
an email out weeks ago that just said there were a couple dates you weren't going to make, so
Yeah, I'm
we should
looking.
we should probably make sure we're gonna have a quorum.
So when's the next SBAR meeting? That's not next Friday.
No, I believe it's the 20th.
Yeah, I'm gonna be out on the 27th.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yeah, me too. That's what I was just saying.
Right. So Kaylee, you'll be here. Alex,
I'll
you'll be here.
So good timing for Robert.
I'll be here.
Pass the baton.
Okay, and John will be here. So I think we'll be okay. Is Val here today? All right. Anything else from members? I can't think of anything. Okay.
I'm sure that I can take over the screen if you'd like.
Okay. Yeah, let's do that. I guess the only other thing is to welcome Kaylee back. Welcome.
Happy to be back.
All right. Staff update, item 4. Travis or Leah. Any changes to the agenda or anything else we should know? When are we going back to the room?
You know what, the whole coming back in person thing, I think, has been put on
Figured.
put on a hold, which I think is, best for everybody's health and safety. But I
We
have,
did it out in the parking lot. Anyway, sorry, go ahead, Leah.
yeah, I haven't heard anything further though. Travis, if you have any updates, feel free to chime in.
No, that was basically what I was gonna say, that there was a plan, or they were hoping to return in person in September, but Delta's kind of muddled all of that up.
All right, fair enough. So you'll be online for the foreseeable future. Okay, thank you. Item 5 is a site visit. Can we have everyone sort of chime in and let us know if you did make it to the site? I went last night.
I went this morning.
I was there this morning.
I'm gonna recuse myself here, Chris. So I'll just text me when you guys are done with this, would you?
Okay.
Yeah, I was there with Kaylee as well.
Okay. And John, did you say?
Yeah, I went there
Okay.
this morning.
Okay. And so do we not have Valerie today, Leah? Or is she maybe?
I was looking for her on the list, but I don't see her. She didn't send me an email saying that she wasn't going to make it, which is kind of not like her. I'll reach out.
She might be coming back from the site visit. I mean, who knows?
I think it was pretty far away.
Yeah.
So you're right. She might be coming back from the site visit still. We'll give her a few minutes and then I'll send her an email if she doesn't show up.
Okay, well, we can still move forward with item S1 and item number 1. which is the Punta Manitas new single-family dwelling. Request of Brian Banks, agent for Punta Manitas LLC, for review of story poles. Whoops. Sorry, give me a second. Okay. All the same information for further conceptual review and preliminary approval of a new 3,735 square foot residence, 2,242 square foot basement, 759 square foot guest house, and 372 square foot yoga pavilion. Let's see, all previous structures were destroyed in the Tea Fire in 2008. This will be approximately 1,500 cubic yards of cut and 1,100 cubic yards of fill. And this is located at, I believe, 2500 Mount Cavalry Road in Santa Barbara. Do we have the applicant with us? Please state your name or names for the record.
We do. Good morning. This is Dan Weber from Anacapa. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay. I've also got the property owner to my left, Kevin Mahaney, and I've got Joanne Meng from my design team with us as well.
Okay. Welcome. Let's see. What do you think, Dan? Should I read through all these comments, or do you want to take them one by one?
I'm going to hit all the comments one by one anyway. So if you want to read through them, fine. If not, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it for you.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just read it, and then you can tell us. We'll do it one by one. I'll read the first one, then you show us what's up, and then I'll read the second, so on. So first comment: overall siting and style of structures is reasonable for the site. Do you have anything to add? I'm just kidding. Great.
Chris, I've got a kind of a slightly different agenda. So why don't you just go hit all the comments to refresh everyone's memory, and then I'll go through it. And while you're doing that, you can start with page 4 of this document set.
Okay. The other thing is, Travis or Leah, this starts with I. It was IJKLMNOP. Is that just am I missing comments, or is that just strangely labeled?
That seems like a cool way to do it. No, it might just be my copy and pasting from the approved minutes.
Got it.
Sometimes I decide to do weird letters or random numbers.
Oh, I see, because it's in the S1 portion. A leaves off at H, but they're all the same comments, it looks like.
Yeah.
Okay. So Dan, you said just go ahead and read them all, and then you'll run with it.
Yep.
Okay. Return with landscape plans, including details of existing and proposed, and grading plans. Item C or K. Return with additional information on the site plan, including existing grade as it relates to the basement, as well as height limits. Provide more detailing and detail on the site plan in general. Elevations should show all buildings on site, relationship of buildings to each other, and existing grade. Sections should extend further down the hill. Provide sections that extend further down the hill to Gibraltar Road. Study the incorporation of a garage at the site. Provide roof details, including material and color. Having one large flat roof could be impactful. Provide additional circulation information, including where parking will occur if no garage exists on site. Provide screening to the south portion of the parking area to mitigate reflectivity from parked cars, and story poles required. So I'll just hand it over to you, Dan, for your presentation.
Thank you. And let me know if you can't hear me okay. Our audio is a little bit echoey.
Sounds fine.
So just before we get into the response to comments, I wanted to give a little bit of an introduction. Kevin and his fiance bought this property last year. And the idea for the property is it's a place for themselves and a place for their families to gather. Got 3 kids and grandkids and more grandkids coming. So it's their own home and a spot for their family to come and all hang out with the grandparents. The overarching concept for this project, for Kevin's goal, was to have as low impact a structure on the site as possible, be as tied as closely as possible to the landscape and the amazing views and natural setting, high in sustainability, and to keep some of the really cool historic pieces of the infrastructure. The site, with its architectural history, is fascinating as the former monastery site. So to achieve these goals, Kevin went out and hired an architect, Ted Flato from Lake Flato, which if you guys aren't familiar with Lake Flato, you should go check out their website while we're talking. They're one of the best architects in the world by any measure, and they're a global leader in sustainability. So they've largely led the way in the profession for contextual design, design that's sensitive to the site, environmental consciousness, and high energy performance. So we have been retained as the architect of record to execute the construction documents. And our goal really is to try to honor and execute the design that Lake Flato completed as pure and unchanged as we can to their original design concept. So it's a really amazing thing for Santa Barbara to have an architect of that caliber doing a design with this level of dedication to site sensitivity. And we're really lucky and thrilled to be part of the project. All right, so last time we had a concept review with you back in April. I think Kevin presented the project to you, so he's here for continuity if you have any questions. You guys largely gave us really strong feedback on the concept design. So we took that feedback and we continued to develop the project. We're here for additional conceptual comments, and you've agendized this, I believe, for preliminary approval. So what we've done both of those things. We've got another drawing package, which I want to put up on the screen after we look at this one, that has conceptual level colored renderings and elevations, which we'll show you. And we've got this package on the screen now, which is at a preliminary level of documentation. So we think we're ready for preliminary approval today. We'd love to walk out of here with your approval, and we can be put on the agenda for final, and we'd like to be on the consent agenda. So let's get into responding to the comments. You asked us to return with additional information on the site plan, including existing grades as it relates to the basement. So we've got a site analysis here, which will give you a good broad overview of the locations of structures on the site. I'm gonna fly through the comments because we have a ton to review with you today. So let's flip forward to page 7, please.
Yeah, we're gonna try to keep it to 15 minutes for our presentation because we have seen this before and we've all been to the site too. So let's try to do something.
I'll really fly. Yeah. So we have a fire access plan. There's tons of fire access, multiple hammerheads. Let's go to page 8, please. Overall site plan showing relationships of structures on the site, relationships to grade, etc. Please let me know if there's any questions on that. I'll just keep going to get to the good stuff. Let's go to page 9 of the drawing set. And we have an enlarged site plan of the building area here. Okay, next comment. Elevations should show all buildings on site, relationships of building to each other in grade. Let's flip to page 15, please. So pages 15 and 16 show the preliminary elevations that include height limits, existing grade. These are technical drawings to fulfill our requirements for preliminary approval. We also have more conceptual level drawings, which we'll show you soon. So I want to show you. Oh, hold on, I'll flip to. Yeah, I want to show you. Flip back to that last page, please. If you look at the drawing number 4 in the bottom left, you see the dashed line at 16 feet, indicating the hillside ridgeline guidelines. Yeah, that's right. So we're about 17 foot 6 inches, so we're a little bit above that 16 foot guideline. Interestingly, the guidelines allow us to go up to 19 feet if we increase the slope of the roof pitch up to 4 and 12. So we're less than 4 and 12. But we have studied this roof pitch very carefully, and Lake Flato has studied this roof pitch very carefully as well. And we think that we've optimized the glazing height on the south side, the slope of the roof, and the orientation to the view in combination with the eave lengths for the optimal sun shading. So we don't want to be, we don't want to have this any higher, although the guidelines will allow us to. We want it where it is, and it's allowing us to do a lot of things, but primarily mimic the slope of the hill, keep reasonable head heights of the glass, and have a transom window on that north-facing mountain view side. So we'll have more to talk about with this, but I wanted to point that out here as we keep going. Okay, so let's go forward to page 16 is additional elevations. I think we already looked at that. We've got the secondary structures, the guest house, north, south, east, and west at the top of the screen, and then the small open air yoga pavilion, drawings 5, 6, 7, and 8. Okay, let's keep going. Let's see pages 7, 8, and 9. Oh, I'm sorry, Chris. I'll keep moving through that one. I'm going to go to your next comment. Provide sections that extend farther down the hill. Page 19 of the document, please. Okay, section number 1 is a east-west section that cuts through the main house. You see towards Gibraltar Road on the east, and you can see the hillside behind the main house poking up above the ridgeline. So this allows you to see how the house is situated at the flat part of the hill. The house is set back from the hillside rather than challenging that hillside, which is limiting the possibility to catch a glimpse of the house from the canyons on either side. There's only a couple portions of visibility where you can actually see the house, and you have to get quite a distance away in order to catch a glimpse of the house, which I'm sure you guys all noticed if you drove around and tried to catch a glimpse of the story poles that are up there today. It's quite hard to see them. Section number 2 is a section through the guest house on the left side of the hill and the yoga pavilion on the right. Notice those are set back from the cornice of the hill, and the roof slopes on those structures. The guest house slopes down to the west, and the yoga pavilion slopes down to the east to mimic and follow the slope of the hillside. And then section number 3 at the bottom of the screen, you can see the hillside at the right that goes up into the mountains gently slopes down across the graded pad, and you see the main residence with its roof line sloped to as close as we possibly could mimic the slope of the hillside, so that the house feels really married to that slope. All right, next comment. We can leave it here. Study the incorporation of the garage on the site and provide additional information about circulation, including where parking will occur. You can flip back to the site plan if you want. An additional part of the comment was provide screening to the south to mitigate reflectivity. So we talked about this quite a bit. Rather than provide a garage, we want to provide an open air parking area. We want to reduce the overall development footprint and have a greater area of natural spaces rather than more buildings on the site. And that's in keeping with the project's sustainability goals and minimal development goals. So we're proposing to retain an open air site area for parking, which is indicated in the top left portion of the screen. We are proposing 3 additional coastal live oaks to screen that parking area. And you've got that guest house structure immediately south of the parking area, which screens it. Existing to the west of the parking area are several oak trees, and to the north and east of that parking area is the hillside. So that parking area is nearly, I'm going to hesitate to say 100%, but nearly 100% invisible from any vantage point, including from the house and locations on the usable areas of the site. So we appreciate that comment, and we think we've done a very thorough job to screen and study the visibility of that parking area. Okay, comment number 4 Turn to page 6, please. Your comment was to provide roof details, including material and color. Having one large flat roof could be impactful. So since we're at the conceptual and preliminary review stages, we have not provided details. We're going to be giving you full set of roof details at our final review level. But this page does give you visual references to the roof. The primary roofing material is a standing seam metal roof. We're proposing that it's going to be a matte brown in finish. It's the structure of the house is, for the most part, if the portions that aren't glazing are either concrete or they're oxidizing steel. So the standing seam roof is meant to just blend with the color of the oxidized steel components of the house. The main portion of the house, which is the largest section of roof, because of the slope and the view angles, you can't see that rooftop from anywhere. From any point that is at equal elevation or downhill. The only place, in fact, that you can catch a glimpse of that is if you go way up Gibraltar to East Camino Cielo and you're looking down, you can catch a very oblique angle of seeing that roof. The roof, interestingly, like you can see in the sections, the way the roof is with a very thin profile is makes the most minimal profile of roof that we could possibly have. So we're trying to keep the mass and the visual impacts as low as we can. The steel purlins are naturally weathering. They're spaced on 5 feet on center. We have worked with Brad Butcher at GeoSolutions to provide a no gutter system. So roof runoff will drip down onto the site and as much as we can percolate into the soil. And like I mentioned, the fascia, eave, and rake details will provide at our final approval hearing. Okay, if you could flip to page 20, please. Your comment was to include a landscape and grading plan. Page 20 shows the grading plan. We're indicating renaturalization of the slope to the north of the site. A big part of the project goals was to repair and restore the site. After the previous structure was there, it was graded, or for the previous structure, it was graded to a huge flat pad, and to the greatest extent we can, we want to repair that ridge as it tumbles down onto the site between the guest house and the yoga pavilion. Page 21 is the landscape plan. I'm just going to go really fast through these. Our landscape concept is to retain Indian all native landscaping, add additional native and low water use landscaping. We're trying to be as sensitive as we can to the site and use as little water as we possibly can. Story poles, you guys all saw the story poles this morning. The one thing I want to point out with the story poles is that the tape represents the eave line, and the corners of that roof that you're pointing to there were the corners of where the poles were located. However, since we're trying to shield all that glass from the sun, the building footprint is quite a bit set in from those story poles. So the footprint is diminutive compared to what was previously there, the monastery, and compared to the eave line that you saw. The footprint is a 3,700 square foot house up at the main level. Okay, so let's, if you could please open the 11x17 exhibit and I'll fly through those views.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna wrap up pretty soon there.
Yep, we'll go very fast. So just go to page 2, 3. Okay, Mount Calvary. This is just showing you what was there to existing. It was a huge structure. We're guessing 35 or 40,000 square feet. So we're maybe a tenth or something of the amount of square footage that was previously there. Our building footprint is a fraction of what was previously there. The previous structure was surrounded by asphalt and parking, which we're returning to native landscaping. Okay, let's just flip through the pages quickly. Another view of Mount Calvary. This was subsequent to the fire in 2008. Let's keep flipping through. So you asked us to study the views. We're showing we're showing the most prominent points of visibility here from the west, or I'm sorry, the east side, looking up at the hill. You can see we have photo simulated the proposed structure in there, and we've drawn a red line that shows the 16-foot hillside guideline, and we're just peeking above. It's like, it's nearly impossible to see because the view is so distant. Next page. So this is the most prominent view of the site from the Rattlesnake Canyon from the west side. Same thing, you can just see the narrow side of the house poking above the ridge. And that we've put that red line there at 16 feet. We're 17'6", so just barely poking over the line, and very minimal amount of visibility of the structure from this side. And then next page, please. So the most prominent view from Gibraltar Road, again, it's very distant, and we're indicating the site and the height of it. So let's keep going. We have exterior elevations of all structures. This is the guest house, south elevation. Let's keep going. We can just go very fast through these. We wanted to just include these elevations at an illustrative level for you to get a sense of the design. North side of the guest house, oxidized steel siding. And then the east side of the guest house, which faces the meadow internal to the site. There's no eave on that side. Next page. Okay, the main house, this is the east elevation, or I'm sorry, the west elevation facing out north up the coast towards the airport and the distant hillside. You see the board form concrete chimney and the long eave, just that very left highest point poking above the 16-foot limit. But again, this is the eaves following the slope of the hillside. Let's keep going. And the opposite side of the house, the facing east down the coast. This is the narrower side of the house. Here you can see the long side of the house. So unlike what you might expect on this site, where you would back up to the hill and look out to the ocean and try to get as high as you can for those ocean views, this project did the opposite. It looks back up to the hill, and it puts the small side down the hill and tucks into those existing trees. So the large portions of glass are facing north to capture those mountain views and to limit the amount of sun exposure and heat gain that comes into the glass. You can see above at the high portion of the house on the left side of the drawing, there's a row of clerestory windows, which we really don't want to, we don't want to compress those anymore. So we want to keep that eave line where it is. And then the basement portion is depressed there at the bottom. Okay, next page. The south side of the house, which is nearly invisible because of the dense vegetation near that stone wall that's there. Next page. Yoga pavilion, you can just flip through these real quick. This is a tiny open air structure that's tucked into that hillside with the roof following the slope of the hill. And let's keep going fast through these. We've got a few views for you. So this is upon arrival where you parked when you visited the site. This is the guest house, and as you sneak around it to the left there, you can see the main house in the distance. The guest house facing west, the west side of the guest house, and the east side of the guest house. Let's keep going. So now we're kind of in the meadow looking back up the hill towards where you parked. So where you parked there is off to the left, and this is the guest house right in the middle of the screen. And then looking south towards the ocean, looking at the main portion of the house, those tall existing trees are tucked in behind you. We're showing, if you recall, the site steps down to the east. We're retaining that step down. We want to have as minimal grading as possible and work with the existing site features that are there. You can see the house is almost entirely transparent. Next page. And this is the west side of the main house. So looking at the primary living space there. Next page, the east side of the main house. Just keep right on going through them. The south side of the main house, so that's a view that you actually you can't really get this view because the vegetation is so dense, but this is what it would look like if you could see through a lot of the oak trees that are there. And the yoga pavilion kind of tucked down on that northeast corner of the site, looking back up towards the mountains there. That's all we have to show you. We're happy to answer any questions. We really appreciated your comments. We really appreciated you coming out to the site, and we'd love to hear and field any questions. I'm going to give Kevin a chance to add anything if there's anything I missed that you wanted to impart. Nope. All right. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the board. Mr. Vertiak.
Yeah, this long extension from the house to the yoga pavilion, is that a water feature?
Yes, that's correct. It's just a fountain.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay.
There's also the one to the south of the house there. Yeah.
To the south is a pool. So
right.
Tucked down on the other side of that stone wall, the site kind of tumbles down, and there's a garden area down there, which is where we're locating a narrow lap pool. So that's a very shielded and shady, visually protected part of the site.
Okay, anything else, John? Any other questions, John? Are you good?
No, that's it.
Okay, Ms. Grubb, questions?
I don't think I have any questions right now, no.
Okay, Mr. Richards?
I don't have any questions. Thank you for the tour this morning.
Mr. Peugeot?
Yeah, I have a question of staff. I believe there's an exception to the 16 feet for a roof, not to exceed 400 square feet or something like that. Doesn't it apply to this project?
I'd have to check that section of the code. I think is it like 10% of the area of the roof or something?
Yeah, there is an exception. So it seems like it doesn't need, it seems like this project would fit under that exception. That's my idea, but I mean, okay, that's, so I'm not sure if we need to take any action on that or not, but I believe that this project would be exempt.
I think it's over the threshold, possibly, Alex. That's why. Dan, can you speak to that?
Yes, it is over the threshold.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Let's see. Is Val here yet? Don't see her. Okay. Questions. Do you have an arborist involved yet?
Yes, and they're online right now. We have Yvonne Chen is going to be leading this project. If you have any questions for her, she's on there with Brooke Eller, who did both of these.
Okay. And then let's see, you're at, can you show us where you're adding? I noticed a few site walls that are new, and that's at the yoga pavilion, then maybe at where the parking is, and those are, you know, what are some heights happening there? I know one's where the parking is integrated into the hill and then it jets out. I guess that wouldn't really be seen that much, but do you know the height of that wall approximately?
Yeah, so that wall there is an extension of the guest house. So it starts at approximately 10 feet, and then as it goes up the hill and grade climbs, it dies into the hill. So it just disappears into the hill.
Okay, so flat top.
Yeah.
And then maybe back to the landscape plan or whatever. Actually, this might be an okay spot. Sorry. I'm wondering, I know there's that secondary parking area as you go all the way around the front of the building. What is the plan for that zone? Obviously, you've used that for construction to begin with, but the northeast corner of the house. Up there,
yeah, that's just the northeast corner of the house, the area that was a parking area back when it was a monastery, is just going to be naturalized. This is landscape. So there will be no parking going on over there. Parking is limited to the area where you guys all probably parked.
Okay, so that last hammerhead down the north southeast corner will be the end of the driveway now?
The driveway the big driveway that starts at the bottom and it wraps around the site and goes up to where you parked is going to be retained for fire access. However, the property owners are only going to use that road to the north. And once you park where you guys parked, from going south from there, yeah, like right where your mouse is, that area of driveway is going to be naturalized with a material change that'll make it feel like a portion of the landscape.
I'm talking more about the southeast corner. If we can go to the opposite corner, I think there was another hammerhead over there, right?
Yeah,
down to the right.
Yeah, right here. So that's the existing paved road,
right,
or driveway, and that's the existing hammerhead location. So we're not modifying that area of the driveway at all.
Okay,
The fire department actually services the site from the south, so they come up this road. So that's a required fire access to keep that coming up and wrapping around the west side of the west end of where we're proposing a pool and up onto the building pad.
Got it. Can you scoot the drawing down a little bit, Kaylee? Other way, I guess up. There you go, right there. Stop. Too much. So I guess my question is, what's happening here? Is this getting closed down, or does the road now end right here?
That's going to be retained for maintenance access.
Okay.
To be able to get to the house and to be able to service, the basement in that area.
And then
that's also, I'm keeping my bikes downstairs in the basement, so that's where I access Gibraltar Road is coming out from downstairs.
Okay. And then, so this area that was just highlighted,
Yeah,
which is
that
currently parking.
That area right there is just going to be natural plantings.
That'll be landscape. Okay. Very good. Thank you. And then I guess the only other question that I had was there's a lot of glass on this. So what kind of measures are you taking to sort of mitigate the lantern effect that may occur with homes like this?
Yeah, I don't anticipate there to be a lantern effect on this house, Chris. We've done a lot of houses that are primarily or entirely glass like this. And the lantern effect happens when you have surfaces that get illuminated. So usually it happens when you have a opening, like a big glass opening, and it's looking into a room that has solid walls that are illuminated by the interior light, and it glows that bright orange. But if you don't have those surfaces reflecting the light, like in this house, because it's nearly entirely glass on the perimeter, you don't have that illuminated effect. So we have all natural materials which don't reflect a lot of light, are primarily dark. We have zero lighting that's shining up at the ceiling, so the ceiling won't be illuminated. So, and we'll have low light levels on our downlighting. We're gonna have zero landscape lighting. So this is gonna be, the goal is to make this as dark as possible. We want to see the stars when we walk outside, not see glowing lights. So I'm not anticipating that we're going to have that problem. Not to mention the fact that you just can't see the house from almost anywhere. So it's not a concern of ours.
All right, very good. Any other questions from the board? Okay, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand.
We do not have any requests to speak.
Okay, back to the board for comments. Member Verdiak, comments.
Well, I think it's a very sensitive project with respect to, the views and the views from it and of it. And I think it's really a good project. And anyway, I support it. That's it.
Thank you. Member Grubb.
I agree with John's comments about it being a good project and the house and the structures being sited well. I guess I look forward to a little bit more detailed landscape plan to see just how that fleshes out, but I don't have any, I guess that's one comment, just more detailed landscape plans.
Okay. And irrigation, I guess.
And irrigation and calculations, all that.
Okay. Let's see, member Richards, comments?
Yeah, I agree with the positive comments about the project, and also that seeing some more detail with the landscape plan would be great. But I think that the project is sensitive to the location and it seems to fit onto the site nicely. And I don't think it's incredibly visible either. So it's a great project. Thank you.
Okay. Member Peugeot?
I agree with those comments. I think it's more than acceptable. I think it's an excellent project in terms of design and execution. I think the overhangs are very good and they will work very well. It has very long, very extended overhangs on all sides, and at least southeast and west. I think it's ready for preliminary approval.
Okay. And still no Val, right? Okay, very good. All right, so yes, I concur. I think it's a beautiful design and an incredible site. The only few, or I think my biggest concern was actually the northeast corner and the visibility from the upper portion of Gibraltar, just that next ridge over, you can really see from there. And so I guess I would just say encourage additional tree plantings at the northeast corner of the house, maybe where that landscape area is going to be, where it was parking. Yeah, kind of in that zone. I think it would just help, because that's also where you have almost 2.5 story element there. I just think it would help to nestle into the site even more. But that is really it. I would also encourage a more detailed and well thought out landscape plan and irrigation plan. I think you had the Wheelo calcs in there, if I recall.
Yeah, they're over there.
Yeah. So I think that's it. Yeah, very nice job. Does someone want to, are there any other comments from any members? And does someone want to make a motion?
And make a motion to approve for preliminary approval with those comments, mainly to bring a complete landscape plan and add additional planting as suggested.
Seconded.
All right, thanks, John. And this will be to return full board, or?
I think so.
Considering we have 3 landscape architects interested in the landscape, I think it should return to full board, mainly for landscaping, but also the architectural details will be nice to see.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. So we have a first and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Motion carries. Congratulations. Nice work.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'll come back on final full board.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Item number 2 is 350 Chapala LLC, new single-family dwelling. Request of Bill Wolf, agent for Mike Brashears, for conceptual review of a new 2,000 square foot single-family dwelling, attached 500 square 2-car garage, and a 500 square foot junior ADU. Oh, they have junior ADUs now, huh? Okay. And a 470 square foot second story deck, grading, 165 cubic yards of cut, 39 of fill, 126 of export. This is a 0.16 acre parcel located at 861 Walnut Road in Santa Barbara. And this was not heard the last meeting, so this is the first time we're hearing it. And so do we have the applicant? Please state your name for the record, please.
Yes, thank you, Chris. This is Bill Wolf with Pacific Architects. And I think Charlie Kelly, who did the landscape, might be in the wings. If he's not, I'll do Charlie Kelly.
Oh, no, it's Leah. Excuse the interruption. Chris, do you mind sending Josh a quick text?
Oh, yeah. Will do.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Bill. Sorry about that.
Okay, no sweat. Okay, so this is a new empty lot. I don't know, I don't think there was ever a home on it. Between Hope Avenue and La Cumbra, just off of a street called Center, and then a street called Walnut kind of comes down. I never was even aware of this little neighborhood over there, but anyway, there's an empty lot there. There's actually a couple of lots that are open still. Anyway, this owner bought this property and wanted to develop a single family home for themselves. So it is a sloping lot. It slopes from right or the east side to the west, high on the east side and low on the west. And because of the grade difference there, it kicks us into the hillside ridgeline, even though it's not really a hillside ridgeline, certainly not a ridgeline. You can't see it from anywhere. This is kind of a valley that is tucked down inside there. So because of the slope as well, we were able to get a reduction on the front setback. And actually you can see the neighbors' houses are even closer in this map than ours are, is, that is. And so what we have is a upper floor garage, 2-car garage, attached to a 2-bedroom single family residence, and a stairway then leads you down to kind of a bonus room on the lower floor, which is really sort of a daylight basement, and the ADU, the JADU, and that is because it is less than 500 square feet attached. It's called a JADU. That is also on the lower floor. To gain a little bit extra square footage on the upper floor, we've got a deck, and we're shading a lower deck below as well. So there's kind of the floor plan. You pull in off of Walnut, 2 cars straight in, and entry to the right. And then the 2 bedrooms upstairs. That stairway takes you down. Very open floor plan. That stairway takes you down to a bonus room kind of on the lower floor. And the JADU sits underneath that master bedroom. So if you want to continue on to the drawings there, here's a section. Let's take a look at that real quick. So I did a calculation depending on where you cut the section. We've got a 25-foot height maximum allowable. Depending on where you cut the section, in this particular area, it's as far to the north as possible. We clear the 25 feet from natural grade. If you cut it closer to the south property line, and you'll see that in the elevations, we actually exceed the height. And if, in fact, as you had mentioned on the last plan review, it allows for extension over and outside of that 25 feet by 400 square feet, we easily match that. And I can show you on the roof plan when we get to that, how that will work. But we do exceed the height just with that little eyebrow of roof on the upper level on the south side of the property. Go ahead and continue to the next sheet if you would. That's the same floor plan. We've got kind of a grading riprap, a bioswale. Again, this is kind of our early estimated path of what we're doing, but we're going to take the roof water and slope it down into a catch area, bioswale. And Charlie's drawings will show how we've landscaped that. There's the lower floor, stairs down to a bonus room, and the JEDU is adjacent to that on the bottom of the sheet or the south side. That stairway that comes off of the driveway and the garage up above is kind of the access for that. And we are within a half mile of a public transit's bus stop off of Hope Avenue, so we do not need an additional car space. And it's a JADU, which I think also allows you to not need an additional space. There's kind of the roof plan, you know, again, trying to make sort of kind of a creative undulating roof lines. You'll see those in the elevations, playing with heights. And there's the elevation. So what you perceive from the street level is really a single story house. You really can't tell that it's 2-story till you look down the sides of each side of it, both north and south. And that's when you can tell. South elevation there showing the JADU. There's the section of roof right there in that south elevation that shows the extension above the 25 feet. So it's a triangular shape. If I did the square footage, we'd be way under 400 if that's allowable. So that's a request. If we have to move it, and there you can see on that west elevation how it angles across and cuts that high corner of the roof. We just kind of felt in efforts of making good architecture, we raise that up and express that roof line above the surrounding roof. And so we hope that would be a good enough reason to allow us to do that. You can see on the lower elevation drawing there, the north elevation, how we're way below on that side. Finishes are going to be plaster. We're going to have wood siding. We may do Hardy. We might do a New Skew, which is a company that does an actual wood siding. It'll be some kind of a horizontal material. We'll probably do a clad window, but a square edge profile, Colby or something like that, but it'd be aluminum clad. Try to keep it as contemporary as possible. We might do a all aluminum frame if they can afford that. The cable rail will be a stainless and the roof will be a PVC material, probably a gray color tone. Okay, see what else we have on here. There's kind of a section showing what's going on. So you can see in the garage, we're actually excavating the lower floor, and then we're going to build up back for the garage to allow to pull onto a slab. So that'll be a slab floor there. We'll probably have raised foundation on the north side where the house starts, and that'll allow us to not have to remove so much or fill so much. So we'll try to get as much balance of cut and fill as we can. We're still working out those details. This is still kind of early. We did a window and door schedule because we were kind of running a budget number. So this is incidental at this point. We're ahead of the game, but I threw it in anyway. So here's our landscape plan. I don't know if Charlie Kelly is on. Charlie, are you? I don't see his name on the list.
He raised his hand, so I think Leah might just have to let him in.
Okay, very good.
Hi.
There you go.
Hey, Charlie, go ahead. And if you want to present your drawing, that would be great.
I think he was moved to a panelist.
Okay. I can tell you while we're waiting that we're proposing to remove a pepper tree at the bottom there. The owners just feel it's kind of messy, hard to grow anything underneath, and they'd like to do some fruit trees. So, and then there's some pittosporums that have just kind of volunteers that have grown down in the lower portion of the lot that will be removed. And then Charlie will plant some new trees in that area. So go ahead, Charlie.
Am I hearable?
Yes, we can hear you now.
So we only have one, as Bill mentioned, one tree removal. It's an old pepper tree on the southwest side of the bottom of the hill, and some shrubs on the west property line on the property. We're attempting to keep the oak that is on the north side property line for screening purposes. We're trying to fit in with his style, architectural style, using grasses and low water using plants mostly. We have some fruit trees, which the owner requested to have in the plan, and a couple of acacia trees on the north and south at the front. We have a little bit of hardscape. It's all permeable. We're using Bel Arc pavers at the entrance, and either flagstone or gravel in the little patio in front of the house. We don't have a lot of proposed hardscape, and what there is all permeable. Everything runs through the bioswale down to the bottom of the property where it's, collected, infiltrated. So all the water is moving around the house. Just some basic modern type grasses and low water using plants.
Okay.
And I would note that the oak, I did a quick calculation on it where the footing hits that critical root zone, and we are just under 20%. So we meet the requirement for that. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Anyone?
Let me go on first. On this page, it seems that most of the new landscape is fruit trees, like the apple trees, and maybe the avocados are larger, the other ones are rather small. Is that the owner's preference or something, I don't see anything significant added. Can you tell me why?
As far as fruit trees, or
as far as larger trees, maybe the avocados, is that what you're counting for?
Yeah, we have a unique situation in the back where there's not a lot of sun due to the neighboring trees. So we have to limit ourselves to, trees that'll tolerate the shade that's back there, and hedging material as well. So it's a minimal planting palette, and the main focus of the back of the house is the swale and the grasses that are to be determined. We haven't determined yet what the approved list is going to be for those.
Okay, I have a second question. If you can, Kelly, you handling the screen. If you can go to slide number 8 with a roof plan. There you go. I was really confused because it looks like a bunch of hips and ridges and so forth, but it's a flat roof, right? So those lines are just kind of academic, right? Like
those are really kind of cants that we develop. It is not a hip roof. It's just to show how we're going to actually get water off the flat roof. So we can
it's a flat roof, and it's a gray membrane. It's like a PVC membrane, or
yes, it would be. Yes.
And the other one is, say, the standing seam would be what, reddish, greenish? What?
No, it'll probably be, and we haven't gotten into the colors, but I'm leaning more toward probably a gray tone.
Great. Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, any other questions?
Yeah, the sloped roof exceeds the height limit on one corner. How much over the height limit is it there?
Well, if you zoom in right there, is it Leah's controlling the drawings there? You can see it's about 2.5 at the corner.
2.5 feet?
But it drops probably about 6 feet or 7 feet to, if you move from that corner, which is the bottom southwest corner of the high roof, which is the only area that's extending above it. If you move to the right, probably about 7 feet, you're under the allowable. So it slopes based on the grades of that topography substantially enough that it creates sort of a triangle of area that is above the allowable 25 feet. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, let me show you here.
Yeah.
I think I can draw. It's like this area.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's something like that.
The topo lines are coming across this way. Yeah,
Right.
sorry.
You got it. You got it. Yeah. Yep. And it would equate to less than 400 square feet if that's an allowable.
Okay, and other questions? Anyone? No? Do you have a civil involved at all as far as
We-
calculating for the water and?
We will. We do not yet have that.
Okay, and
established.
arborist for that oak?
We will. Charlie, I think we talked about probably needing that. I would imagine if you're affecting it in any way, you need an arborist report. So we will.
Yeah.
We do not have that yet.
Okay, because the CRZ is going to be different than the drip line, so you might be a little more than that 20%. And okay, anyway, so if there's no other questions, we can now go to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak on this item? Raise your hand if so. Okay, seeing no hands go up, back to the board for comments. Anyone?
I start. I'm somewhat familiar with that street because during COVID, I used to ride my bicycle and found it, and I thought it was interesting in the middle of town, and you never run into it. But I understand the quirks of the place. I think the minor, if there is exceeds the height limit on that corner, it doesn't bother me at all because that corner is recessed. It's not right on the edge of the building, it's the center of the building. It will not be perceived by the neighbors. My only comment about this project is I don't think the screening on the east and the on the sides will be south and north.
Top and bottom.
It's confusing because the slope goes not in the usual direction.
Right, yeah, north I've called as the top of the page.
Yeah, right. So those are the ones that I don't see. That's why I was asking about the landscape and the fruit trees and all that. I'm not too familiar about. I don't know exactly what the adjacency is, but I would be a little bit concerned about the proximity to the neighbors and not enough vegetation in between. Meaning the little apple trees and all that doesn't seem to do enough. But we have 3 landscape architects on the board, so I will pass the baton to them.
All right, thank you.
Okay, other comments?
No.
Okay, Kaylee or Robert?
Can you show the elevations again?
The elevations, yeah.
If it would help, there are photos of the site. That might show some of the adjacent property.
Can you all see that?
Is that oak in the center there?
This is the pepper.
Pepper in the back. The oak is on the right. Sorry, it's kind of a wide lensed shot there.
Is this the oak?
Zoom into that.
Yeah.
It is. Yes, it is. Yes, that's the oak. Again, that's a wide sweeping angle there. You're seeing 3 sides of the property. Oh, actually all 4. So the north side has more planting. The south side has a garage, the neighbor's garage, and then there are plants beyond that. And the house on the north side is really quite a distance away from this one, although I don't know if that's an empty lot or if it's a part of the yard of the neighbor. So, but we could certainly look at a better additional screening if that would be your desire.
Okay. Anything else, Alex?
I think Josh wanted to see the elevations again.
Oh, right. Thanks.
Oh, I have 3D renderings as well. I don't know if that would help.
Yeah, let's take a look. Are they in the folder or are they on your
Oh,
site?
right there, R1 rendering. There you go.
Okay, there you go.
I'm going to apologize because the bioswale somehow got in that drawing, and it's sort of floating about the middle of the lower floor. So.
Oh.
You can kind of see it there. That's the bioswale running through the middle there. Sorry about that.
Josh, did you have comments?
No, I mean, what's the downslope facing into? Like who?
It slopes to the back of another yard that's the backyard of another yard that then goes back up slightly. So it's like a valley through that area. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
It's almost like a drainage valley or something that these houses all kind of face from both sides. One from Walnut and the other is the Western Street, and I've forgotten the name of that one.
All right. My only comments would just be to study the detailing of the deck and just, I think you have a really fine architectural statement coming along here. And I think it would be a good idea to have the deck supported and detailed using the architecture and not just simple columns, like 4x4, 8, 6x6, whatever it is, and it just feels a little plastic, it just feels like kind of tagged on. I'm sure it's just the 3D model and the level of detail, it's hard to model every single thing here, but I would take a look at that, study that, see if you can, I guess my comment would be, study the deck and see if you can integrate the detailing and the form of it into the architecture a bit more. So it's not, there's nothing wrong with the cable rail and all that stuff. Just
yeah, I agree. I agree.
Good.
Okay. Other comments?
In the front yard where you're showing that curving wall, is that veneered in stone to match the house?
Yeah, so the only other area that we currently have stone on is the other site wall that kind of leads you down. It's kind of a slight retaining and stairway that leads you to the entry of the ADU. Yeah, it would be a stone finish on it, a true stone veneer.
And then that lower level deck on the back side of the house, is to be able to walk out into the landscape there?
Yes, I'll have to check the elevation height, but that's the idea, is that you could step down onto that and we might have boulder stack or something. Maybe we'll try to integrate the bioswale a little better with it. And so we could get the west, northwest corner of that deck certainly flushes out. Yeah, that side flushes out with the grade. The southwest corner would be a little higher, maybe a foot or two or a couple feet.
Okay.
I think regarding that, my comment would be that we'd like to see a more fleshed out grading plan so we can see how the backyard is accessed. And I think to Alex's question about whether there should be more substantial trees in the backyard, I think with the way this backyard is hard to view from anywhere else, it's I think replacing the pepper might not be necessary, but making sure you do put in that screening that's proposed on the landscape plan, I think will help.
All right. Can we go to that landscape plan real quick? I just wanted to point out a few things, and I would, I think the architecture is coming along really nicely. I agree with Josh's comment. The deck could use some support. We want to look for the civil drawings and also an arborist report in order to try and save that tree. The one thing, and maybe this will get fleshed out more with the civil, but when you zoom into that plan, we're kind of showing a swale going right through the oak root zone. So that's not going to work.
That's not going to work.
And then I'm just wondering, like, what are all the white areas going to be, especially in the backyard? There's a lot of landscape that's sort of not called out. And I agree with Alex. I think, eventually maybe the fruit trees, if you can find them, will will grow up and provide some screening. Unless they're, plums and peaches and apples, that's not going to give you the screening you want in the winter time. So I think just keep developing the landscape plan and, kind of show it to completion. And obviously we're going to need to see irrigation and the WELO calcs, or at least whatever the requirement is for WELO.
Yeah. Got it.
So, okay.
I think it'd be good to show how you access that backyard too from the deck. That's kind of a missed opportunity for some landscaping, I think, is maybe what Chris is getting at.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, what's the circulation going on there too? So if there's no other comments, Travis, do you need any clarification on those comments?
I can just go over what I wrote and see if I missed anything. So I wrote, please provide arborist report to speak about the oak tree, study detailing of the deck, return with a fleshed out grading plan, consider adding trees to the backyard for screening, relocate.
Hold on. Let's do them one by one. It's not just the backyard for screening, and that's actually the least of it. I think we're more concerned with the side yards.
Yeah.
Okay.
And what was the second comment again?
Study detailing of deck.
Yeah, and that was actually deck supports.
Yep.
Supports. Okay. Okay. Relocate swale intersecting oak tree root zone. And then keep developing a landscape plan, provide irrigation and WELO calc.
Okay.
Did I miss
think it would
anything
be
else?
to eliminate the swale through the oak
Okay.
root zone.
Do we need, sorry to interject, do we need an okay or something about the excess height?
Oh, yeah. And I think I would say the board supports the exceeding the height limit if it's a thing. Okay, very good.
All right, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Moving on, item number 3.
Excuse me, we need to continue this for preliminary, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, we're ready for preliminary, hopefully with the landscaping and all these other things. Right, okay.
Yeah, do we think, should preliminary final, or if they have everything in order, it's not out of the question?
Yeah.
I think they need to, if they're going to exceed the height limit in that corner, I think it might be, that might be a modification. I'm not 100% sure on that, actually.
Okay, well, we'd be okay with prelim final if it doesn't conflict with any of the county processes.
Okay, because if it's
So-
exceeding the height, yeah. Okay.
Okay,
Great.
thank you. Item number 3. Edinger, new single-family dwelling, request of Brett Edinger for conceptual review of a new 1,480 square foot residence, single-story, 184 square foot cabana and 504 square foot ADU on a currently vacant parcel. Let's see, it's about 1/3 of an acre at 2636 Puesta del Sol in the Santa Barbara area. Continued from the last meeting when it was not heard. We do have a planner memo here, which one is it? Is it Torno? No, that's Puesta del Sol. So is that it? That's up right now? Okay. So it just says that the Mission Canyon Architecture and Design Review Committee reviewed the proposed project and provided the attached comments. And, oh, right, I wrote it down. So my question was, what attached comments? Or is it?
They do at the bottom. They have a page from Quivel, and he says that they liked it and they like the detailing and the scale and height and so forth, and they have unanimously voted in support of approving the project and encourage the SBAR to do the same. So that was the Mission Canyon Architecture and Design Review Committee.
Perfect. I thought I printed that out. Okay. So thank you, Alex. Do we have an applicant here? Please state your name for the record.
Yes, I'm here, Brett Ettinger with Ferguson Ettinger Architects. Good morning to all of you.
Good morning. So Brett, whenever you're ready, I'd say take it away.
Okay, thanks very much, everyone. Starting with the cover sheet here, looking at the contextual site plan center of the sheet, I'll walk you through a general description of the site and the adjacent neighbors, and then move on to some contextual photos. If you could please zero in on the Center 3 site plans. Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Our parcel, which we're very excited to present today, my wife and I and family, it's the center parcel there at 2636 Puesta del Sol. As the chairperson mentioned, it's just shy of 1/3 of an acre. It's an interior lot. It does not have any street frontage per se, other than that little section down in the southwest corner where note 7 is pointing. That's a 15-foot north-south running property line that extends out into the sort of public right-of-way where Puesta del Sol, running north and south, turns a hard left, 90-degree left. You probably all know that turn right there. The site itself is 75 feet wide by, let's see, about 165 feet deep. And it does have that little odd appendage in the northeast corner, 20 feet by 33 feet. It is gently sloping from the southeast corner on up on a diagonal toward the northwest corner, approximately 8 feet in total across that dimension. The neighbor to the left, which used to be us, my family, we owned that property for 4 years, and we renovated the house and the guest house and the entire yard, and really got to know that site and our site quite well. We had the luxury of 4 years of being there through all seasons, and really helped us in the difficult design of our own house. To the east is a small cottage located in the northern portion of the property. It is a flag lot. It is accessed also just south of where we will access our property, down a 10-foot wide portion of their property running east-west. It features some exceptional, very majestic, mature oak trees. You can see them shown on the plan there in their yard, which makes it fairly difficult to develop that lot. To the north, not shown on this site plan, but shown on the subsequent page on our context map, are larger estate-like properties off of Todos Santos Lane. And in the back of those properties are garages. So there's a existing garage just north of our proposed accessory dwelling unit, and the houses are out further to the north off of Todos Santos. I think that's good for the general, since it is an interior lot, all of the setbacks off of all property lines are 10 feet off of this site. So we don't have a front yard per se. See, that's probably a pretty good description of the overall site plan diagram. And if you go to the second sheet, please.
Hey, Brett, just quickly, can you, I'm not familiar, can you just orient me on the neighborhood or where we're at?
Yeah, we'll be able to
site map. Sorry.
Josh, on the second sheet.
Okay, cool.
That
Thanks.
has photos and a little context map. There you go. If you look down to the lower right-hand corner, maybe zero in on that for Josh. See Mission Canyon Road to the right. And then off of that, Los Encinas. Access into Puesta del Sol. If you were to turn left right there, instead of right, if you were to turn south off Los Encinas, you'd be looking straight at the Natural History Museum. Down the page, right? And
Yeah. Okay. I know where you are. Okay, good.
Yeah, the house we own is straight where that arrow is, exactly. And the property we're proposing our home on is nestled between two existing, two developed properties. So it is a vacant property currently. And you can see on this diagram, the garage from Todos Santos, close to the northern property line for us, and the house shifted off to the right, north of the adjacent parcel. Yes. So if you pull back, I can show you some contextual photos of both the current parcel and also some street shots. You might want to zero in on each one because I'm sorry, I apologize for the small size of these photographs. On the left is looking where the proposed accessory dwelling unit will be, sort of back behind the existing oak tree, right around where that stack of wood is, where the site steps back. You can see feature of this site is that it's wide open to the sky. If you scroll to the right-hand photo, this is looking north from essentially just inside the hedge line of where that driveway access is. Our old house on the left, an existing mature sycamore tree and a jacaranda just north of that on the left. I'm sorry, further north, yeah. And then beyond a large oak tree on our property, and then a nice oak tree canopy beyond that on these neighbors' property to the north. If you scroll to the right hand a little bit, looking east, one of the pleasant and most privileged aspects of this site is that we get the reward of looking at our neighbor's beautiful oak tree canopy. And also we have a stand of 3 oaks on our property just to the left, a tall stand to the right of that, a little bit right there, yeah. So moving down the page, let's see here, looking directly west at our old home with the sycamore tree, the jacaranda, and you can see the existing hedge along that property line that runs and stops just to the left of the sycamore tree. Part of our landscape plan, not shown today, but will be to extend that hedge, which is on our property, to the end of that plaster wall to give our neighbors their front courtyard a little more privacy. If you scroll to the left, please. Now we're looking directly south. Again, the house on the right, heavy hedging all the way around the property, and beyond the hedge toward the south is the driveway with another existing single-family residence. Beyond, the garage is on the right, and the high living area with no windows is beyond, right in the center there. You can scroll down, please, to some immediate context photos. Yeah, thanks. There's that house on the right that we saw to the south. You can see the garage right there on the right side. Yes. There's the bend in the road. In the center is our current access gates. We'll show you a closer photograph of that. To the right of that is the current driveway. To the right, a little to the right. There you go. To the neighbor to the east, and on the left is our old home with some parking area on the left and the white plaster courtyard wall that you saw in the other photograph. The photo on the right is looking due north as you travel up Puesta del Sol. If you could look around the right-hand side of that tree, that would be our entry, where our entry driveway is. If you scroll to the right again, please. That is the existing house, kind of catty corner on the inverted portion of the turn at Puesta del Sol. It's an existing 2-story wood-sided post and beam house. Hard to see there, but it shows the wonderful character of this part of Puesta del Sol. It's very rural, bucolic. There are no sidewalks and no street lamps, and it's really a wonderful area. If you scroll down, please. Yeah, that's just a view taken further back, looking east on Puesta del Sol, with our old neighbor on the left, charming little bungalow. And then a close-up view of where our access will be developed, sycamore tree on the left, the driveway on the right, and an old dilapidated fence, which we will most likely replace by either extending the hedge beyond out toward the street and or combining that with a stone wall or column there to kind of anchor that. On the left is another view looking up the street, a closer view of the existing converted garage on the right, our old house straight ahead. So if we now could please go to the next sheet, which is you could try to zero in on the right hand composite floor plan and site plan, maybe starting at the lower section. Thank you. It's been really difficult as an architect and with my wife and partner to design your own house. I got to tell you, it's been 4 years. We've gone through probably 8 versions. The first one started out at 3,000 square feet. And as the years wore on and we got to know the site better and better and what we're capable, how small a house we're capable of living in, we etched it down after 5 or 6 versions to just under 1,500 square feet. And that's what you're seeing here on the right-hand side, sort of up to the edge of the setback line. The reason it's to the right is one of the things we learned on our other site is that placing the pool in the outdoor living, it's kind of an obvious thing, but until you really experience it, putting the pool on the west side where it's going to capture nice southern sunlight, western sunlight, and then putting your outdoor living space in that same area is really wonderful. You get to track the sun and the moon and all that good stuff. And more importantly, it gives us a nice separation from our old house and our new neighbors, which as you can see in this diagram, the house was built in 1922 prior to setbacks, and it is existing non-conforming. A good section of the house is, well, a little section toward the bottom there is right on the property line. So out of respect for them and out of our experience on the other property, we gave a wide buffer there from our proposed building to their house so that we could, enjoy our space and they could enjoy their own privacy. The house itself is long and narrow. It's completely open to nature in pretty much all directions. I'll get to the renderings in a couple minutes. We opted not to do a garage. After rendering it 100 times, it just felt down at the lower right-hand corner that it was too massive and felt too compressed and claustrophobic upon entering the site. So we're opting for a more lightweight structure, a thin roofed carport that you can actually see right through to the hedge and the oak trees beyond when you enter into the site. Another wonderful thing we learned about our old house is having a courtyard or an outdoor transitional space from the parking area into the house is just wonderful. So we're doing a smaller version of that here to allow for a nice green transition into the house, provide a little buffer. The house itself is just one open space from kitchen to dining to living, and it completely opens up via a series of glass sliding pocket doors into that pocket and really allows this rather small house to feel much bigger than it is. We like to spend a lot of our time outside, so that area where the arrow is right now will be where we'll have outdoor dining and lounging and so forth. And that will be under roof. We have a high roof that I'll show you in a minute that captures and cantilevers over that space so we can really take advantage of it. The living room is anchored by a massive sandstone fireplace and chimney right there at the top. And then we have only 2 bedrooms and 2 baths, which are lower in profile. We'll show you that in a minute. We've endeavored to work around the existing mature trees, the sycamore on the lower left, jacaranda midway up the pool, the 3 oak trees to the right of the master bath. And then if we scroll up a little more, I can kind of walk you through the rest of the proposal. The accessory dwelling unit, I'm not sure if that's discretionary or not, but I thought I'd include it and walk you through the positioning. It's tucked in the northeast corner, out of sight, out of mind, and taking advantage of the 4-foot allowable setbacks for accessory dwelling units and taking advantage of that little added space we have up there by opening up that living room to that and getting their private outdoor living space there. The existing specimen oak tree is kind of adjacent to our proposed tiny cabana, which will be raised floor, so it only hits the ground in 4 spots. out of deference to the potential oak roots. It's only 184 square feet, so it's pretty tiny, but hopefully when the grandchildren come, which should be pretty soon, that'll be a place where they can hang out, and I get a tiny little storage area since we don't have a garage. So that, I think in terms of the site and floor plan, we've positioned all the pool equipment well away from the setback line, and we'll be working on concealing that from view. A couple other things. We have already received approval from the fire department. The two rear buildings are in excess of the allowable hose length from the street, but we will be providing sprinklers in the cabana, which is non-habitable, and that was a kind of agreement that we made in order for them to provide an exemption. I think we exceed the hose length to the right corner of the ADU by 10 feet. So we've done that homework. Let's see, you can see the proposed hedge extension on the left-hand side down by the lower left-hand section. The remaining hedges we will leave and try to bring back to life. Some of them are in pretty bad shape. And I think that's it for the floor plan. If we could please move to the next sheet.
Okay, and Brett, maybe we can move it along a little
Sorry,
more. Yeah,
I'm excited.
okay.
Okay, I'll move fast. This is our inspiration page. And the upper section is a rendering. Materials are to use the same smooth trowel uncolored white plaster that we used on the house, our house to the west, to sort of weave that fabric into this more modern vernacular. However, we're using traditional materials for the majority of the building, including cut sandstone for the fireplace and chimney to anchor the floating roof, and then a thick wall upon entry to anchor that high outdoor living area. The other material we're really excited about, featured at the bottom of the page and in all of the renderings, is we did have a large, older deodar cedar tree right in the center of the property that two arborists concluded was on its way out. So rather than cut it down and use it for mulch or ship it off to the mulch yard, we decided to invest in milling it on site. And it just really featured some beautiful wood, and our goal, you saw in those earlier shots, we've got the wood curing either as slabs or potential siding material that we're going to reinvest or reuse and reinvigorate the buildings with. And that's what you see. The other building material here, the siding will be the cedar siding with a nickel gap finish to sort of celebrate the tree that was there. The other materials, if you just pull back, please. And I'll be done here pretty quick. There was our old house. There's the plaster we're going to mimic on the left side. And then up at the top, another project of ours from about 8 years ago is very similar, although it will be a little less fussy than this. We'll be using plain steel, wide flange cantilevered purlins and this unpainted metal deck outside to solve both high fire, keep this building profile very light and transparent, and provide for that big cantilever that we're looking for. So the goal here is to provide for a very transparent home, one that you can see right through in all directions, and kind of capitalize on the beautiful oak canopy that our adjacent neighbors on all sides have, and really bring those trees into our house and capture the beautiful sky out here, and do so in a low profile way. It's only a single family home, anchored on the left by the flat roof master bedroom element. Really, looking at the carport there, just trying to make the house as transparent and light in appearance as possible. I have the cabana shown in the right-hand side beyond there, very small, in the accessory dwelling unit. Both of these structures want to recede from view, so that's why they're clad in the cedar and the darker steel. And what remains after this are just our schematic architectural elevations and building sections. You want to like to scroll through those. Grading, we're utilizing a combined cut and fill to balance cut and fill. So the building, or the southern portion of the site, will be cut down about 2.5 to 3 feet to allow for a level main floor. And then past the northern portion of the pool, we'll leave the site alone and let it flow naturally. And so those two structures in the back will sit on natural grade for the most part. So the building's actually down about 2 feet. You can see the existing grade in the elevations there. Couple shots of the structures in the back. We endeavored to be respectful to the neighbors in terms of the massing and the location on the site plan and the overall partie. The building materials, using traditional building materials, but rendering them in a more modern way to open up the interiors to the exterior. And I think no landscape plan currently. We are proposing to plant one specimen oak tree up in the front courtyard as a feature to sort of tie in that corner, and then succulents, drought tolerant plants inside the courtyard. And we're not quite sure about ground cover in the remaining landscape portion of the site, which is about at 50%, but we will come back the next time with a preliminary landscape plan. I think that's it. I'm here to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions from the board? Anyone? I had a question. You said you had a couple arborists. Are you consulting with them regarding those oaks? I was just looking at the location of the pool equipment being in the, are those critical root zones shown, or is that just drip?
Those are the critical root zone on the big tree. I think there's a critical root zone on the one tree right there, and it looks like we sort of segued onto canopy on the right side. Yes, we do have an arborist. He has just finished his letter report outlining. He went out and dug some trenches, found no roots larger than 2 inches where our proposed buildings are. Nonetheless, he's requiring that we do a grade beam right there where your arrow is. And he'll be present during construction to monitor that. At the other oak tree where the cabana is, he didn't find anything larger than 2 inches. But even though we're only point loading in one spot right there, he will be present, and that's in his letter report, to just make sure that those excavations for both those areas are dug by hand. And if we encounter anything, we might have to lengthen the grade beam or so forth. Yeah.
Okay. And then I assume that as far as hardscape circulation to the ADU and the cabana, that'll be shown in the landscape plan once that's developed?
Yes, thank you for bringing that up. It'll mimic what we did on our other property, which is down toward we'll show that next time. We'll show either a flagstone pathway off of see where the sycamore tree is there. Just south of that, there's a gap between the plaster wall and the hedge. Just to the south of that, to the left, right there. We'll follow a path on the west side of the pool, and then it will navigate around the back of the pool in toward those 2 structures. It'll be soft and permeable.
Okay. All right. Any questions from anyone else on the board? Okay. We can go to public comment then. I know we had one letter from a neighbor, and I see one hand up. So where's my phone? I think, so Liam Ahern will have 2 minutes. Whenever you're ready.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I sent a letter to Ms. Walsh and Ms. Graham, and hope that will be added to the record and will be shared with all the board members. I would note that the letter that I sent was in reference to plans that were on file at planning and at the planning office, and that there have been, just based on the presentation we just saw, some updates. And the primary update that I see is that the guest house is rotated 90 degrees from what was shown originally on plan, and that the cabana wasn't on the set of plans that I viewed. Just by way of background, our property is 2659 Todos Santos Lane. It was built in 1927 by Lockwood DeForest as a personal residence for his family. As many of you are aware, Mr. DeForest was a prominent landscape architect in Santa Barbara, best known for his work at the Valverde Estate, Alice Keck Park, and Santa Barbara Botanical Gardens. The gardens have been published at Todos Santos many times and are still the focus of much critical thinking, including an upcoming book, and most recently received an award from the American Horticultural Society. We have some serious concerns about the development that's been proposed and its proximity to its neighbors. I think that Mr. Ettinger's use of the term taking advantage of is the right one when he talks about the placement of a guest house 4 feet off of a property line. I'd also note that although he includes the oak trees to the west on the neighbor's property, that he doesn't include the oak trees that are to the north on our property that immediately abut the property lines. And these oaks have canopies that are approximately 50 feet. And I'm not an arborist, but at breast height, they're approximately 29 and 30 inches respectively. So the structures that he's proposing on the north side of the property could very likely put those oak trees in grave danger. And other than their intrinsic value, the cost of replacing them would be enormous. The cost of the detriment to the value of our properties would be enormous. And the privacy issues are a real concern. So there seems to be an enjoyment of other people's property without a consideration for what it is that the neighbors have to look at. Just to his west, he points out that there is another property that's mostly not developable, but it's got a 919-foot cottage from 1948. And now their primary view is not going to be the oak trees, but it's going to be more than 120 linear feet of a contemporary structure that is not articulated, that has lots of glass, that's not in the context of the neighborhood. And it's right in everyone's face. I also think that the description of this is a very modest project. Well, actually, before I get to that, let me just say, I think that.
Sorry, that was the 2-minute bell also. So if you could wrap it up pretty soon. Here,
yeah, I just think the use of the interior lot line is an abuse of the code. It's not what the code intends. What the code intends is that people who are unable to otherwise develop their property can take advantage of that by ignoring the setbacks. But Mr. Ettinger doesn't do that. If you look at page 2 of his presentation, where he shows the site context on the bottom right, you could zoom in on that, please. He's essentially showing that he's meeting the front yard setback. He has no problem accessing the property in a traditional way because he has meaningful access to the public right of way. But instead what he's doing is he's massing his development on the west side of the property so that, again, it's a continuous line for the 1948 cottage just to the right of it. And also this is a good map because it shows the guest house in the rear and how it's more than 44 linear feet along the northern property line against those 2 oak trees. But he's doing that not because he can't comply with the standard 25-foot setback, but because he wants to take advantage of something in a way that is not intended by the code. It's not intended to avoid that.
Okay, we need to wrap up here, sir.
And it also creates a significant fire hazard. We're spending tens of thousands of dollars a year on insurance because of fire-related issues. And the placement of that structure in that location eliminates the 100-foot setback, 100-foot clear space that's required by law. So I'm not sure that people are taking into account all of these different things. Again, I hope you'll look at the letter. I hope you'll take it into consideration, but this project has a lot of issues with code, with Mission Canyon residential guidelines, and also puts mature oak trees that are part of a historic garden in danger. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak on this item? Kaylee, I'll give the power back to you. I just wanted to pull up that letter. And I can't see if there's any hands up at the moment.
Mr. Chair, we do not have any other requests to speak.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So I think we can then bring it back to the board for comments. Let's see, Mr. Peugeot.
Yeah, I'll start because I'm pretty familiar with the site. I actually worked on the property on the east of it, and we didn't come out eventually the project was dropped. I also worked on the project to the north, the Lockwood the Forest residence. I remodeled it in the late 90s, I believe. I think we built a garage that is shown on the map, and looking at the map, if you go to page 2 in the corner map, and if you blow up and you show it to the let's see, you go to the second page and go to the lower right hand corner.
Okay, it'll take a second to reload.
I think it's important to address the comment of proximity and so forth. Adjacencies, neighbors. I think that's part of our purview.
You wanted page 2, right, Alex?
Yeah, I think it has the map has look. It's very small, but it can be blown up. Yeah, the one in the corner. Yeah. There we go. Perfect. You can blow it up as much as possible. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Yeah. So you can tell from that map that the applicant was proposing to use the jog on the site to place the ADU horizontally, and then it switched to a vertical location. And I think that is, I'm not sure if it was in response to the neighbors' comments, but it does definitely minimize the impact or the visual proximity to the forest property. I was looking at the elevation of that. It's not, by the way, it's not our purview. We're not supposed to look at ADUs, but I'm just saying this because I appreciate the fact that the narrow part of the ADU is facing the neighbors. So that's what I'm going to say about that. Regarding the project, I think it seems obvious that the applicant has thought about this for a long time, and worked out, basically the essence of the development pretty well. And I like the style. I think it's appropriate for the neighborhood. It does blend the requirement, basically the historic character of the area, the materials, with a more modern lifestyle, including the pool and the overhangs, the steel. Yeah, I think it's a well-designed project. I think it's well done. I don't think it impinges on the neighbors as much as it's been stated. The access to the property on the east with that very narrow access, one wonders what would happen to it. And I'm not sure if the applicant has talked about somehow buying or combining the access to both properties so they can have much better fire access for both properties, 2636 and the one right next to it, to the east, that with a big oak trees. But anyway, that's a personal matter. I'm supportive of the project. I think it's well done.
Okay, thank you. Just for clarification on my end, the DeForest property, is that the one to the east or to the west?
The north.
Oh, to the north. I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you.
You can see the garage and that property, by the way, it can access from Todos Santos very, very nicely done. You access it through a very narrow driveway. You don't see anything until you get to a little cul-de-sac, and you seem to be nowhere. Then you enter the house, and then all of a sudden, boom, you see this view of La Cumbre Peak. It's very framed on a typical English type of landscape plan, but with California natives. So it's really a wonderful property. But this property on the south is not really impacting that.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Grubb, comments?
My comment is, well, there's not landscape plans yet, but to the applicant's comment about trying to revive the screening, sorry, I'm trying to get back to the site plan. I think it'll be important to pay attention to the landscape plan for what these buffer plantings are between the existing neighbor to the east And then how you propose to screen the, I guess we can't comment on the ADU, so never mind. Just the screening to the new proposed residence to the east will be important.
Okay. Mr. Verdiak?
Well, I think it's well thought out, obviously. And I could support it. I think it's a good response to this difficult site. And I think it's a very livable space, which is important. And I can support this project.
Okay. Mr. Richards?
I agree with the comment about screening because it sounds like there is some issue with the neighbor in that area. So when the landscape plan comes, that would be great to be addressed in that. Apart from that, I think the architecture and the design of the floor plan here and the site is amazing. So I'm in great support of this project. I think it looks really neat. So good work and I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bloomer?
I think I'd like to reinforce Alex's comments. I thought Alex did a nice job of summarizing my thoughts. And I just wanted to add that I was looking at the parcel map or just the neighborhood in general and looking at the footprint of the building and by contrast to the other surrounding properties. And I kind of know this area. So I think from a mass bulk and scale, use of the actual area, or I don't want to say FAR, but it seems very compatible with the neighborhood. It's nestled in there, and it's actually kind of, as far as it could be, it's quaint. It's not pushing the boundaries of the site. So I think it's, in my view, it appears kind of modest in size and proportional to the lot size and proportional to the way other homes in that neighborhood take advantage of their lots as well. So the other thing I just wanted to reinforce is this is exceptional architecture that's being presented here by exceptional architects. Brett and Pam do very thoughtful work, and I think it's rare to see this much effort and quality in a piece of architecture, and therefore very compatible with a neighborhood that prizes good architecture and landscape architecture and design. Anyway, again, I thought Alex's comment about it being a nice contemporary lifestyle home for modern living, it's wonderful. Congratulations on a job well done, as usual.
Okay, thank you. I think, I agree with most of the rest of the comments. I think that, again, looking forward to seeing the landscape plan and how that will impact and help to soften this from neighboring parcels. Also, I think the neighbor brought up a good point about oak trees that are on adjacent properties. And so I think when we come back, and we're looking forward to seeing the arborist report, but that should also include trees that with trunks that aren't necessarily on your property, but critical root zones that may extend from those trees onto your property. So where is that impact? We obviously don't want to, and I'm sure you don't want to, obviously, kill anybody else's oak trees either. So, we want to see those critical root zones as well. And the only other thing, once you get into that, is it just looks like the pool equipment should be moved out of that critical root zone of that one oak, because you're already, well, I guess you're bridging the footing on the corner of the house there, but the less impact, the better. And maybe it can push a little closer to the spa and some kind of a decorative wall element there or something, but just take a look at that. Otherwise, yeah, I agree. I think it's exceptional architecture. It's a really lovely layout. Looks like it'll be a really nice place to be on a sunny afternoon. So, and this is here for conceptual. Are there any other comments from any of the board members? And then Travis, do you need clarification on those comments, or do you want to read through those real quick?
Yeah, let's just go over that really quickly, please. So I have excellent project, well designed. Please provide landscape plans in the next submittal and consider screening to the east, or just consider screening in general would be more appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Please provide arborist report and include critical root zones from oak trees on adjacent properties that may be coming over the property line, and relocate pool equipment outside of critical root zone. Consider decorative wall element, I think is what was said.
Yeah, I think just move, you don't think you need to add that last part. Just say,
okay,
move pool equipment out of critical root zone. Did we miss anything? Any board members feel any comments were missed? Okay.
No.
Then I think we're all set. And I think then this would return to the full board for preliminary approval. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much for your thoughtful comments.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, should we take a break to eat something, or how do we want to do
Yeah, I was hoping we'd get through number 4 too, but I think at this point we haven't had any breaks, so it'd be nice to, I think we'll take a lunch break, and maybe it's 12:08, so maybe we come back at 1 o'clock. Is that too late, or?
How about half an hour? Well, most of us are home, right?
Yeah, 12:45. Okay, we'll come back at 12:45 then.
Okay, very good.
Thank you. Okay, it is 12:45 and we'll now reconvene the South Board of Architectural Review meeting of August 13th, Friday the 13th, 2021, with item number 4. But before we do that, I want to make sure we have a quorum. So if we can get a head count, I see Alex and Robert.
Kaylee's here.
And Kaylee, so that's a quorum. So item number 4 then, the Obsidian modification. This is a request of Steve Fort, agent for Michael Kennedy, for conceptual review of a modification to the required 50-foot front setback from the center line of Torno Road. A proposed 300 square foot dining room addition will be located approximately 42 feet from the center line of the street. Approximately 85 square feet of the dining room addition will encroach into the front setback. A proposed 80 square foot covered entry porch will be located approximately 48 feet from the center line, and approximately 8 feet of the covered porch will encroach into the front setback. Minimal grading, project located at 871 Torno Road. And there is a planner memo, which states to comment on the Mission Canyon letter. And the Mission Canyon letter is as follows. The Mission Canyon Architecture and Design Review Committee has had a chance to review the project proposed at 871 Torno Road. Everyone feels it's a good design. One immediate neighbor commented that the project was fine with him, but would like to be sure that all of the outdoor lighting be shielded. This is mentioned in the Mission Canyon residential design guidelines, but is often overlooked in the review process. Please pass this along to the SBAR. That's from Hugh Twyble, the chairman of the Mission Canyon committee. So with that said, do we have the applicant here? If so, please state your name or names for the record.
Hi, this is, you hear me okay?
Yes.
Steve Fort with Suzanne Ellich Planning and Permitting. I'm here with our architect, Ty Ye, and Vanessa Herka, who is our contractor and owner's rep, and I think our property owner may be watching as well. I'm just going to do a quick intro. Like you said, and like you heard in those statistics, the project is fairly modest. It's an addition. Sorry, there's someone at our door. I can't help. It's a dining room addition that you see on the right of that picture right there. Basically, the reason I'm involved is because there is a slight front setback modification that they asked me to get involved and help the process. It is a bit of an odd shaped lot. There have been some previous modifications, and these improvements are really kind of consistent with the previous setback modifications. I think you did mention that the dining room you see on the right there rendered, that would protrude into the front setback by about 8 feet. Another thing that's going on with the project that Ty will get into is we're slightly raising the roof of the living room from 18 to 19 feet. We're replacing the roof with a Tesla roof. There's no landscape changes proposed, no trees proposed to be removed, and no new landscaping proposed. We're going to work around everything that exists. It's less than 100 cubic yards of grading. We are processing a mod with planning and development. We have a planner assigned. We have an initial feedback letter that we're working on replying to. And in general, the exterior is just proposed to match the existing house. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ty, and you guys can flip through the plans.
Well, thank you, Steve. Hello. This is Ty. I'll be happy to go over the plans with you. The first rendering pretty much tells the story that we like to add on to the dining room next to the kitchen. It's going to be an indoor-outdoor space. It's approximately 300 square feet. All the details will be matching existing. And looking at the cover porch in the center of the building. That's about 80 square feet we're proposing. So can we go to next page, please? So this site plan pretty much tells the location of the addition and remodel area. You know, the dining room addition in the center of the page As you can see, it's encroached into the 50 feet front yard setback. And then to the left, the two little rectangulars are each about 20 square feet. The interior designer is calling for enlarging the living room to make it square so it's usable for the owner. And then by doing these two additions, it would be beneficial to have a covered porch to the entry, which we don't have right now. And the little side plan to the lower right-hand corner gives you a bird's eye view of what we're looking at when it is completed for the project. Okay, the next page, please. This page indicates how many pictures are taken from different angles. We can skip this to the next page. This is a very beautiful home, nicely sitting on a little hillside. If I can get your attention to picture 13, 14, 15, and 16, there is an existing trellis. This trellis inspired the owner to have a indoor-outdoor covered dining room in this area. It has one side of a nice ocean view, the other side nice mountain view. And it provides a very nice flow from kitchen to dining room. And the rest of the pictures it speaks for itself. I can get your attention to picture number 9. And then you see there's an oak tree, existing oak tree. It's coming through the deck. This deck is about 6 to 8 feet high off the ground, as you can see from picture 5 next to it. When we pop out the corner of the living room, where on picture 9, there's a young lady where she stands, that is the corner we're going to push out. And we are hoping we will not affect the existing oak tree, as we're not going to intrude or disturb any of the ground to pop this out. It's a very tiny 20 square feet addition, but it makes a big difference inside. That's why we're doing it. We have an arborist report saying this is approvable in his opinion, given the fact that this oak tree has been here and healthy for a while. So can we go to the next page, please? So this is the existing floor plan. Basically, the majority of the house is one level, except the very southern part where it says sunroom. There is a little one-car garage underneath it. So it constitutes a 2-story, as you will see later on. And there's a garage floor plan to the right. Okay, next page, please. So we did a very quick rendering just to highlight where the additions are. We have dining room to the right, covered porch in the middle of the page, and the 2 corners from the living room. This is where the scope of work is. Next, please. So we pull out the as-built plans and we insert our proposed elevation just for comparison. As you can see, we are adding a porch, and sunroom was a hip roof. After consulting with the Tesla roof representative, we have decided that it may be a much cleaner job to do the Tesla roof if they were gable instead of hip. So we're going to do that consistently throughout the house. as you can see here. Next. There's another angle of this addition from the east, showing the covered porch and the sunroom beyond. Next. So this is the corner that we are talking about in the living room where we like to square it off. So we have a nice big interior space that the interior designer can work with. Everything else remain the same. Next, please. So this is an existing and proposed roof plan, a quick height study of the dining room to show how it blends into the existing structure. Not a very big project, but it's a very interesting, has a lot of thoughts put into it. The main thing is to enhance what is there and make it more interesting, and also using the Tesla roof, make it more sustainable. It's something that the owner wished to do as a contribution to the grid in the long run. So that's what we're doing. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you, Ty. Would the roof be on all roofs?
We're gonna replace, yeah, we're gonna replace the entire roof. We're gonna take out the composition shingle roof. Because it's a high fire, it's best to do a Class A roofing, and we were considering Class A roofing to look similar to what is there now, and the idea of Tesla roof came about.
And is that available now?
Yes, sir. We actually went and saw a real house. It looks fine. The color is like a black matte finish, and some of them are active cellulars, some of them are not. So you won't tell. You won't be able to tell. But as a fine product, it looks rather fine.
Okay. And do you have a picture of that anywhere in the?
Yes. Can I share?
Yeah. I don't see why not. We're here for conceptual.
Okay. Let me share this. So this one here. The car is not part of the project, but it kind of looks like this finish.
What is that, a Buick? I'm just kidding.
I don't know. I have no taste.
No, it's a Tesla.
Okay.
Which makes sense.
Does not look like that. I mean, it's not like a pan type, like a metal roof. It just has these horizontal lines. Is that what it looks like? Or
it looks like a slate, actually.
Looks like a slate roof. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, very good.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So I think we can, bringing back maybe the site plan, and then are there any questions from board members?
I got a couple. One is that there are two garages in this property. Is that how it works?
There is a one-car garage under the sunroom. It's very small. Somehow they're using the cross space as a garage. And then there's another detached two-car garage that we are in the process of convert that into an ADU.
Yeah, that's on the northeast, right?
Yeah, northeast. Yes.
Yeah, separate driveway. Okay.
Yeah.
And yeah. Okay. That's all I have. That's all the questions.
Okay. Other members, questions?
Are the chimneys going to a stone finish like in the rendering, or is that?
We're thinking about stone finish to match the house.
Okay. Is there a reason there aren't windows on that east elevation?
I knew you're gonna ask me that, Chris. We have bookshelves on either side. We could have windows on that side, but the bookshelf works better for them as they are basically open on both sides of the dining room.
Okay, yeah, up to you. It just seems like there's light coming in there and the existing is going away.
Yeah.
I have a question for the process. So you need a real modification. It's not something that this board can waive or anything. You need to go to the zoning, what's it called, zoning administrator, right?
Yeah, we need your support, Alex, so that we can go back to the modification officer, says we can proceed. And then if they says yes, then we will come back for preliminary and final.
But the project needs to be ready for preliminary approval when we send it to the staff here in office, right?
Yeah, I think Steve.
I didn't quite hear that, sorry.
Yeah, I think, is Cassidy Walls the planner here or not?
Cassidy is the planner, yes.
Is she here?
Oh.
No. Okay, so the project, Steve, as far as design is concerned, the staff here in office needs to see a design that is ready to receive preliminary approval by this board. Isn't that correct?
Well, we're here for conceptual, hoping to get your okay on conceptual. And then we go back and process with Cassidy, go to the zoning administrator hearing, which we're actually asking for a waiver for, but we get our zoning administrator decision. Then we come back to you guys for preliminary and final.
That's not correct. You have to get preliminary SBAR first. It's the only exception. Usually it's the other way around, but for modifications, you need SBAR preliminary approval first before going to the zoning administrator or before a waived hearing.
All right, sorry. Oh, before waived hearing, okay.
Before either.
Okay.
So why wasn't this agendized for preliminary then? Because now they have to come back.
Well, it's the first time we see it. Usually projects are agendized for conceptual. I mean, I'm not a fan of that, but every single project that comes to us is always first agendized for conceptual. It's just,
yeah, but we get minor projects that come in for more than just conceptual sometimes. But anyway, it doesn't matter. It's agendized for conceptual.
Okay.
So let's just keep moving forward with questions. Anyone else?
Oh, sorry, Chris, I was just going to say, if the applicants didn't know to ask for it, then that's probably why it wasn't put on the agenda for conceptual prelim.
Got it. Thank you, Leah. So it sounds like no other questions. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand. And seeing no hands go up, back to the board for comments.
Mr. Chair, here's something from the Mission Canyon Association, or I didn't see it in the file.
Yes.
Somebody mentioned, somehow these things are not getting in the file. And I don't know why.
Wait a minute, sorry.
I think you read it to us, didn't you, Chris?
I did, yes. And it basically said, let me grab it again. I read it at the beginning.
I have a planner memo, but no, yeah, sorry.
The planner memo says read the letter from Hugh, which I did. So it just says that everyone on the Mission Canyon Association feels it's a good design. Neighbor was concerned with the outdoor lighting being shielded.
Okay, got it. Yes, sorry. Yeah, it's in the second page. Yeah, okay, thank you. I apologize. Okay.
Okay, comments.
Okay, let me see. I don't have a problem with the modification per se. I'm familiar with the area. Turner Road is a wonderful little street. It winds. I used to go jogging there. I'm very steep. I cannot do it anymore, but I don't. I go there quite often. It has these twists and turns. This property, this one is the first one you see as you go up the hill. It's very straight on. It goes right in. and then you make the turn. So the way it is up the hill with the slope, I don't think that modification is, it's imposing on the, on the normal. I mean, if you don't point it out, nobody would know that this is a special case. That's my take on that. I have a couple of comments regarding the design, and the two of them. One is the administration. I understand that the applicant wants to modernize the house and give it a little bit more of a more modern look, but I'm not sure if they're changing all of the windows or some of the windows, because some of the one proposed are not really matching the existing. And you can see it not just in the drawing, but also in the photos. And for instance, in page 9, you see like some horizontal breakups. I'm not sure if that's the way they want to go or not. That's one. The second one is the issue of the corner post, and you see this best in the if you go to page 1 and you enlarge it into the rendering. If you really go enlarge and look at the corner, the rendering, page 1, the rendering. Sheet 1, there you go. And you see how that corner right now, it has a little landscaping hiding it, but it's a very awkward corner. The way it kind of sticks out, it has a little post. That thing needs to be more substantial to receive what is now an enlarged roof. The roof has grown, it's going up. Yeah, I don't think there's a problem with that. If you go to the elevations on page, the elevation where you see it in 7, if you go to 7, you see the front elevation there, and it's awkward. The post on the left it comes proud of the building by a few inches. The one on the right is completely isolated. It shows like a post and king post. I mean a beam and king post arrangement, but it's not really quite so. And it's not open, and if you consider what's existing with the shingles and all that, I don't think that's worked out very well. The same treatment over the central window on the gable, that also doesn't work so well. So basically, I think what they're doing is fine. I just don't think that it's right now is these are details, these are architectural details that stylistically do not quite match. I could go on, like each of the breakups of the windows. I mean, you gotta go one way or the other. If you want to modernize the whole house and go with more modern style, I guess we could consider that too. But regarding the limited scope of improvements, it seems like it needs to match the existing a little bit closer. Not necessarily carbon copy, but it has to be more consistent, more of a consistency between what's existing and what's proposed. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have additional comments?
I would agree with Alex. I think that on the elevation above the garage, that you have a collar tie and then it has a king post, and it doesn't seem like that's structurally necessary, and it seems awkward, and where the entrance to the building is, the door, it seems like the same situation, a collar tie with a simple king post. It should have maybe 2 diagonals to make it appear as if it were a truss. Anyway, it seems that that treatment is kind of awkward, and I don't think it works very well, or maybe it needs to be tuned up or something to make it seem more compatible with the building and the architecture. Okay, that's my comment.
Other comments? Nope. Okay. Very good. Thank you. I will leave the architectural comments to Alex and John, but I think as far as the modification goes, I don't see a problem with that either. So I think sounds like the board supports the modification.
Yeah, I have no problem with that.
Yeah, so I think come back for preliminary I was going to suggest that we do preliminary on consent, but it sounds like there's some issues to look at with detailing and window fenestration and all that. So I think, return to the board with those comments for preliminary approval.
All right, we'll work with Leah to get on an agenda as soon as we can.
Okay. Travis, are the comments clear to you?
Let's just go over it really quickly. So I had restudy entryway. Was that accurate?
Restudy details of the front porch to match the existing style of the architecture.
Okay. And then the second comment was architectural style details need to be more consistent with what is existing and what is proposed.
Correct. And
the board supports the modification.
Yeah, also the cross beam detail on the main gable is also not consistent with the existing style of the residence. So it's both the front porch and the gable treatment, the gable over the garage.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Thanks, everyone. Moving on. So yeah, I think we covered that. So item number 5.
Thank you.
Summerlin Gas Station. Request of Scott Branch, architect for the owner, Sharon Koosman, for preliminary and final approval of the canopy over the existing fuel dispensers, minor exterior finish changes to chimney, wall section bollard replacement, and roof replacement to standing seam metal at 2285 Lily Avenue. Last heard June 18th of this year. And we have some 5 comments here from the last time. There was also a letter from Summerlin BAR previously, and I believe we have a letter from Tom Evans today, which we'll get to. So SBAR comments from last time. Restudy paint colors. Chimney should be different color than building wall. One board member is supportive of the color changes. Other board members feel that the wall colors need more saturation. Faded gray color is too washed out and should be darker. Are these the right comments? It feels like these were the same as last time. But Scott, you can let me know that maybe.
Okay.
Stucco material on planters is acceptable if darker paint color is used, which will help strengthen building. 2 members support use of stone rather than stucco. Yeah, these are the same as last time, right?
They're pretty similar. It was.
Maybe that's it. Maybe we just carried some forward then. Sorry.
Yep.
Okay. 2 members support use of stone rather than stucco. Utilize architectural solution to entry that includes recessing and creating shadow lines and adding trim to provide better sense of entry rather than flat facade. Add at-grade planter along sidewalk to help with neighborhood streetscape beautification and safety. Restore outlooker beams and fuel canopy beyond crossing beam. So, Scott, your name for the record?
Scott Branch, architect for the project.
Okay. And, okay, are you alone?
Aaron Carroll, our landscape architect. There were no real landscape questions, but he's potentially available. He's actually on vacation in Ohio right now and trying to log in and potentially participate if needed. But
okay.
I think you guys were happy with what he had done landscaping wise, with the exception of the planter that you had suggested. But that I'll get to that.
Okay. So whenever you're ready, you can present in order or however you want to do it.
Okay. This is what we're looking at right now is good because I went over the comments with John Price, and he was not. We sent him a couple of different scenarios with more saturated color on the elevations, and he was choosing to go with a lighter version, which we actually, I think, changed to what you had seen before. I think it darkened a little bit, but you know, these two sheets you're looking at right here are basically an example of some light color schemes that are already on, you know, in Summerlin that are clearly viewable from the street. So so I just wanted to toss that out there as, you know, we're not the only ones doing this. So we can pull up our plans now. I'll just go down some of the things. The biggest thing that you guys proposed, which we looked at, and then, you know, John has a lot of experience with his gas stations and his circulation. I would get you to go to sheet 5, which I think is the site plan. If you kind of zoom in a little bit where the pumps are and such, you know, we looked at doing a planter. I sent him some drawings of doing some planters up at the front at the sidewalk per your suggestion, and they analyzed it internally, and they feel that while your suggestion was good, they felt that it was going to be too tight and be a maintenance nightmare for them. So they are choosing not to do that. I will say that because of our trying to get this new canopy in, we are actually moving the pumps back towards the building, as you can see the outlines of the to be removed pumps versus where we're showing the new ones. So, you know, they are moving back. We're gaining more space than is currently there. So, you know, to that extent, I think that's a helpful thing. So, so that was an issue we proposed to him, and they chose not to do that internally. If you go to the elevation sheet, we'll cover the other comments that the board had. Actually, when you get to the roof plan, you can stop there. The canopy roof plan right there, you can see we've added the outlookers back. You can see them sticking out beyond the face of the fascia on each gable end. Valerie was pretty adamant about us bringing that back, so we've done that. You can now continue to the next sheet, which is the elevations. And so he has chosen to go with a lighter scheme like we had before, but we have darkened the stucco areas, and we actually darkened the planter itself. So I think this reads pretty well. I think it'll be quite an improvement to what's there. You can see also on here, you can see the outlookers for the new canopy sticking out when you see the north elevation of the canopy there. You know, there weren't a lot of issues here. You know, I took to heart everything that you guys suggested. The front entry. It kind of messed up a few things in the floor plan to recess that entry. So instead, I did a wooden kind of knee brace trellis right there. So you can kind of see it over on the east and west elevations if you zoom in on that. I've also, it's detailed on the detail sheet as well. So that will at least, you know, give a sense of entry without the methodology that we had done before. And like I said, that is on the detail sheet in the back if you wanted to see that, as are the other details. So yeah, I think with the exception of the planter, we kind of responded to you know, everything you guys wanted, and we're, you know, this is our 4th or 5th time here, and we're really hopeful we can walk away with an approval today. I've got let me see, I think we had put in the revised color scheme when we uploaded it as well, so that's probably there, but I can see Aaron Carroll's online if you guys have any questions from landscaping perspective. And like I said, there were no landscaping comments from last time. One of the things that I can tell you from last time that was a concern of Summerlin's was the lighting underneath the canopy. We have a fixture under there that is a shielded fixture. You know, we've got the minimal, it's that fixture on the left there. So it's a shrouded fixture so that we can control the light spill. You know, with gas stations, there's a code requirement for a certain amount of lighting for safety reasons underneath the canopy. So by shrouding that, they can achieve that without it spilling out into the community. And plus it'll be up under the canopy, so you'll also have the, you know, the fascia and the actual slope of the roof. You'll have to kind of be under the canopy to actually see those. So I think it achieves what Summerlin is trying to is concerned about, and I think that's it. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm unmuted. All right, questions from the board. Anyone?
I have a question. If I understand this correctly, I haven't seen that drawing, but there's no planter between the canopy and the sidewalk, right? Like that is. I thought you have a little bit more room now. Can you fit something in there?
It was the current version with the pumps moved back, where we put in a planter, and I checked with Aaron, our landscape architect, about about a minimum planter, and he wanted 2 feet but could live with 18 inches. I went for that, sent it to John Price. They went over it internally and with their people and the way cars circulate within gas stations, which they have obviously years and years of experience doing, and they just weren't comfortable with the maintenance and liability issues that creates.
And yeah, let me press this item a little bit more. And if you use, I believe that broken line is your property line, right? The broken line, this is concrete sidewalk, right? Like if you.
Yeah, you can see the hatching there, but at the property line where that is.
Can you enlarge that area, please?
Yeah, can you zoom in there, Kaylee?
Yeah, that center there. Yeah, there we go. That line that's the property line, right? Like that big long dash.
Yeah, that's the property line.
So, and who maintains those other planters? Is it the county or like or the property owner who puts planting in there?
You mean the ones out at the street there?
Yeah.
I would assume that's not this property. Then I would assume that's not this property's responsibility, but I can certainly check into that.
So these are existing landscaping, right? Is that what you're saying?
That is existing.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
I just identified what's existing out there.
Okay.
Aaron, do you know who maintains it?
I would assume Public Works, or I don't. I can't tell you a firm answer.
Okay.
I think that was part of the street beautification, right? Like by the county did a few years ago. Maybe I'm confused. No, I mentioned this because what's the problem with moving moving some trees a little bit into the concrete sidewalk, like like street trees or something, half into the like 2 feet one way, 2 feet the other, and then it will not conflict. You have, let's say, 2-3 street trees put right on the center on the property line. It seems like it will help everybody.
With tree grates, maybe.
Or like that sidewalk, it looks like pretty wide. It looks like
it's like 10 feet.
It looks pretty big, isn't it? Like
I think it's pretty much, it looks like 8 feet at least.
Yeah.
So if you encroach a little bit into that and maybe a little bit into the private property and you get a couple of street, I don't know. There seems to be some possibility to do something there.
Yeah, the other thought I had just now was, could it be a little stone wall that's only, seat wall height or something? Just because the other concern here is safety. I mean, people walking on the sidewalk and right next to the cars and the openness of it, and it's just like an ocean of asphalt. Anyway, we're getting into comments here, but
yeah, okay, sorry.
Yeah.
I have one other question. I think I may have missed a meeting in between the initial conceptual meeting and now, but has there been any discussion about the material of this planter that's in front of?
Extensive discussion.
Okay. I will refrain then from rehashing it. Okay.
All right. Any other questions?
Well, since we're talking about this planting in the front, what about a couple of concrete boxes in between the pump with a planter in it?
I can speak to that if you want. They have done concrete planters between the pumps in the past, and they essentially get filled with trash and nothing grows in it. So he's adamant about not doing that. And anything out at where you're talking about at the property line there, anything raised is a problem and a liability for people not only damaging it, but then damaging their cars, and he's got to deal with that. So that leaves a flush planter, which then people run over and nothing grows. He's pretty adamant that area is too tight to do that. Now, as to your suggestion, Alex, about splitting the difference between the public works and his property, I'd be happy to take that idea back to him, and I'm not sure how that flies in terms of road encroachment and whether or not you have to create some sort of easement for that and who's responsible and how that all works legally. But I'd be happy to convey that idea.
Okay. Any other questions? And did I already say call for public comment? If there's anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand. I believe we had a letter from Tom Evans. Maybe we can just open that up real quick. I think actually Scott sort of addressed the concerns. Oh, we didn't talk about the roof glare, but we did talk about the lighting. So they're concerned there that there's glare from these similar types of roofs on other properties that this owner has. Can you
I chose a roof that has the appropriate reflection properties so that it doesn't do that. And in fact, I think I even called it out on the elevation or the roof plan, one of the two. And it's actually shown and called out on the material board as well.
All right, very good. No other public comment. Back to the board then for comments. Alex, why don't you get us started?
Yeah, I think the applicant has responded well to all the architectural comments, and the canopy looks good. The elevations look pretty darn good. I have a comment about the detail 191, the canopy over the door. Scott, it does seem a little bit small considering it's a double door. It's a 6 foot. Let's see, where can we see this on
elevations maybe?
Where is it? I lost them. Where are they now? Okay, here we go. Yeah, on 9. Okay.
Sheet 9, yeah.
So yeah, if you look at the north elevation, I think these are only. I mean, it could be a little bit bigger. I mean, it could be like not a lot bigger, but 6 inches deeper, and just consider enlarging that detail. Instead of going 24 inches, go to 30 inches or something like that, 3 feet. Seems like considering it's a commercial building, it's a bigger building, that scale just simply could be a little bit bigger. That's a minor detail. And I think this project it doesn't have preliminary. I think it should have preliminary, but I'd like to study it some way to add a little landscaping between the basically the asphalt and the parking lot and the sidewalk. I'd be perfectly happy if it's completely on the sidewalk, but it seems like something needs to be there. I understand that this is done elsewhere. I think we have all seen it. Been to parking lots like that, and they're not really that great. They're not that pleasant to be in. Like you walk by and it's you see cars right there, and I don't know. That's my comment. There gotta be some kind of a solution there. Hopefully that I don't know what a narrow planter, maybe completely on the public right of way. A curb only needs to be 5 inches, so the cars will not drive over. And will it be full of trash? Well, I don't know. You have 15 feet between the pumps and the property line. There seems to be room there to do something. That's all I'm saying. And I'm perfectly fine with the architecture, with that minor comment on the door trellis.
Okay, Mr. Verdiak.
No, I don't have any further comment.
All right, Mr. Richards.
I don't really have any comments towards this one either. I think it's kind of gone through the process. I understand both sides of the discussion about putting a planner out there. I think if they've gone through it and decided it doesn't work for the operation of their business, then I don't know. I'm not a professional on operating gas stations, so I don't know that I'm ready to make a firm statement against that, but I'll weigh in with the other members of the board here. So apart from that, I'm in support of it. I think it's a good project.
Okay, Ms. Grubb.
I think I'm going to hold any comments since I missed the last meeting, other than I do, it would be good to study whether maybe the trees and tree grades can be fully in the right of way, but proposed as part of this project along between the sidewalk and the gas pumps. So to see if it's a possibility.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm okay with everything, much like Alex. I think that.
What about me?
Oh, sorry, Josh. What, you're so quiet lately. What's going on? Mr. Bloomer, please, your comments.
My comment is I'd like to, well, I guess it's not a comment. I'd like to make a motion for preliminary approval with some comments that it seems like Alex has a handle on. Maybe you could fill in the blanks, Alex. But if you want to make a comment first, Chris.
That'd be great. Yeah, I was just going to reiterate kind of what Alex and Kaylee had said about that planner. There's got to be something that can be figured out there. It's just going to be, I think, really unsightly without some kind of a breakup of all that paving. So I would support preliminary approval and with the further study on whether or not planting can encroach in the right of way and maybe use up part of that very wide sidewalk, and maybe some of the applicant's property. Maybe it's half and half, maybe it's trees and tree grates, but to be studied further. And that's all I had.
All right, so Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Very well.
I'd like to make a motion for preliminary approval with the following comments. Alex, fill in the blanks, please.
Well, why don't we just see if Travis, so we can save some time. Travis, why don't you read back what we have and we'll just fine tune them as we go.
Applicant responded well to previous SPAR comments. Consider enlarging canopy or front double doors.
Okay, that's one.
Trellis, not canopy.
Trellis, excuse me.
It seems, I'll just throw in there, Scott, it looks like maybe it's a little bit low too. Like it's really tightly wrapped around the door. Maybe you could just move up again 6 inches or a foot at the most also.
Yeah, I can do that. I don't want to pinch the light too much and pinch the stucco of the chimney too much. So, but there's room to expand that. Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Travis.
Okay. And study ways to implement landscaping or planters to break up paving and consider encroaching into public right of way. They would just need a public works road encroachment permit for that.
Okay. That would be a good comment for a preliminary approval with those comments.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I mean, I'm seconding Josh Bloomer's motion.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Kaylee, are you going to include your vote?
I'll include my vote. I reviewed it in concept, so.
Yeah. Okay, very good. Then motion passes, and returning to full board or consent, guys. Josh.
I would say full board.
But I think the question on the trees, I think, is a more important thing, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's really the only major thing. So, all right, there you have it. One last one, hopefully. Okay, moving on then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 6, PLSB LLC, new SFB, sorry. That's single family dwelling and accessory structures. Request of Mark Lloyd, agent for PLSB LLC, for further conceptual review of a new 5682 square foot single family dwelling, 786 square foot detached garage, 695 square foot attached above, storage attached above, and 800 square foot guest house, and a pool cabana and a greenhouse and a generator. Proposed grading 1,700 cubic yards of cut, 3,900 cubic yards of fill for an export of 2,200. This is a 2-acre parcel located at 3393 Padaro Lane, last heard July 9th of this year. And do we have the applicant here with us? Please state your name for the record.
Yep, we've got Paul Rubison with Appleton Partners.
And Mark Lloyd with L&P Consultants.
Okay, I will go ahead and read through these comments here, and then I'll hand it over to you for your presentation. Project should place more emphasis on existing trees. Need arborist report to justify the tree removal. Look for opportunities to retain more of the existing trees. Octagon feels large. Increase in size from prior version makes it feel out of proportion. Prefers prior design, or board prefers prior design. Board supports design and location of greenhouse, even if beyond the string line. Landscape design lacks sensitivity to the site. Include layered planting along boundaries and more variety in tree species. Show existing trees to remain. Provide information on proposed hardscape materials. So if you want to just tell Kaylee where you wanted to go in the plans, and try and keep it brief and show us the changes that have been made versus we don't think we need to recap everything. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're going to start with the architectural changes now, so I'm going to turn it over to Paul to lead that discussion.
Right. So, we listened to the comments from the board, and there was very good comments about as we met with the clients and discussed the program, and it, as the result, the house got bigger. There was certain elements of the design and the detailing that needed to develop and respond to the scale of the house. And so we really looked at, the size of the house, but also those detailing elements. The porch was commented on. So we've further developed the porch detailing, the chimney. This actually shows kind of the view of the property from the beach. So you're seeing basically, the beachfront side of the house with the greenhouse that was referenced in the foreground. And we've got our rock wall at the edge of the beach. If you go to our next page there, what we've done is we've really gotten in there, and I think that the 3D view really kind of speaks to the style of this house. That's how you're going to perceive it in life, you know, in reality. And we reworked the bay window at the front, the, you know, like I said, the porch detailing, but we also kind of reworked the cupola and brought that quaint detail and design that the board responded so favorably to earlier into our updated plans. So we feel like this is a much more developed design. It's in alignment with what our client envisions for the property. And, you know, it's, you know, this really quaint little octagon house that we've designed. If you go to the next page, we've actually kind of also looked at the size and relationship to the beach. We nestled this into a photo we had from the beach looking at it. One of the things that we'll get into later is the landscape and site design. And, but, you know, one thing we wanted to point out is, you know, our client did want to get rid of the eucalyptus from fire concerns, but it also, in bringing out some of those eucalyptus trees, it exposes some more of the ridgeline of the mountain range beyond this property, which I think is going to be a real nice feature looking at this from the beach. We actually had a real nice aerial view of this that shows it in context with the neighboring beaches. It was a file size that was too big to upload onto the county site. If we're able to, we have it on our computer. Could we share our screen and show you what this looks like from the sky?
Yeah, I think that would be fine. We're still here for special.
All right, thank you. Let's see if I've got the ability to do a screen share. Yes. All right. Here we are. So can everyone see this all right?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So this is Padaro Beach. And if we zoom in right here at this kind of corner, you can see our property, and we've kind of superimposed in red the property lines of our parcel. If you look up and down the beach, we've got, you know, a number of large homes that are much closer to the beach. We're actually, you can see on our parcel, that's the existing structure. The proposed residence is 65 feet further from the beach than the current house. And we also, in looking at our neighborhood context, see here, we've got a couple of views looking at over here on the far left with the flagpole to the furthest left. That's the existing house kind of tucked back in the tree line. And you see a lot more homes that are out at the beach. And, you know, you can kind of see the scale of them. You know, this is our neighborhood context. And this is actually looking west up the other side of the beach. So you can see here again on the right, just behind the existing gazebo, is the existing house that's there. So we also were looking at the size that we had proposed for the house. So we're actually right here at, that's our parcel, you know, so number 41 there. So we're showing the proposed house there. We're a 5,682 square foot residence. And this is one of the larger parcels along Padaro Beach. But if you look at a comparison of the other houses, you know, we've got, you know, there's a 7,000 square foot home. There's a number of 5,000 square foot homes, and they're occupying a much higher percentage of the parcel than what we've got proposed. We feel like we've come at this with a very conservative approach where, you know, we're trying to pull back from the beach, you know, enjoy some space between the building and that beachfront. And have a scale of house that we feel is very appropriate for this neighborhood.
Yeah, that last exhibit that Paul was showing with the assessor's map actually had the floor area ratios there. You know, we're at a 0.65 or 60.5% at a 2.02 acre lot. We're the largest lot along this strip of beach here. And you can see the other properties range in a floor area ratio of 16%, 14%. Most of them are larger than us or within 1% of us. So we think from a floor area ratio, a neighborhood compatibility, a size, scale, and bulk, a location on the property that is complementary of the public's use of the beach, that the size of the house is very complementary and compatible with the neighborhood characteristics.
And actually with that, I think we can give the screen back to you guys and we can look at the rest of the set. So I'm going to stop screen share here. So if you go back through, I mean, I think we can move past the site plans. So if you want to go through the next few pages, you know, this is the floor plan of the house. It's 65 feet across, you know, it's not excessive. And so this is the first floor layout. We can move through the second floor. And then we've got the roof plan that shows, yeah, you can actually see right there the reduced bay window at the front. And I think the elevations are just kind of, you know, they show basically the same detailing that we had in those 3D views. I still think those 3D views are really good exhibits, just showing the nature of the house. Oh, and you know, we're not proposing any changes for the other accessory buildings. This is the guest house and cabana. We've got a garage with storage above it on the property. And then, yeah, moving through, there's the elevations. And I think, yeah, if we want to just keep on moving through these, we'll get through to the site plan. And this is actually, yeah, perfect. Talking about the site development aspect, what we did is we developed this diagram here that shows the trees to remain are in green, trees that we're removing are in red, and then we actually have developed a scheme to relocate a number of trees on the property, which are identified in blue. And you'll actually see in the other exhibits that you'll also see the green and blue continue to identify those trees. There are 89 trees called for removal, but the vast majority of them are eucalyptus trees. We will be infilling along the property lines. There's also a little fruit orchard, which is 24 of the trees that we're removing in the center. And we did file with our planner. We have a letter from our arborist. We have a letter from our biologist. And then Mark, you've been speaking with the fire department. Do you want to do a summary of those?
Yeah, so as the minutes, the draft minutes noted, there was some concerns about the tree removals and a comment as to the necessity for that. So we've submitted an arborist letter that identifies that there are, I believe, 2 or 3 species trees that we are preserving on the property. The vast majority of the trees being removed are eucalyptus. We have submitted a biological assessment report, although not requested, we decided that we would do that, that identifies that there is no environmental resource value to the eucalyptus trees or any other trees we're removing, but the bulk of them, 90% of them, are the eucalyptus. And no butterfly roosting sites, no historic roosting value to the property. And as you can note, that the eucalyptus trees are generally along the Padaro Lane side, along the west property line. And then there's a whole row of them in sort of an arc at that lower right-hand quadrant of the property that were planted as basically windrows. So we also had the fire department go out on the property. They have visited the site. They have done an inspection. Their recommendation is that all of the eucalyptus trees be removed. They present a high fire hazard, not only to the structures that may be on this property, but to adjacent properties. And we haven't been able to get a letter from the fire department because the firemen are out fighting fires. They've been called up to the Central California large fire up by the Bay Area and have begged off on sending us our letter yet. And I hope to have that to submit to the county soon. So we think that the tree coverage that we got here, we're basically removing eucalyptus that pose both a fire hazard and both are a environmentally inferior tree to have for all the reasons that we all know. And that we mainly of the trees that are in blue that we are relocating, most of those are palm trees that we will put around the site. And that is in the landscape plans that we're developing.
Yeah. And then I think we can actually move into the next page, which is going to be the landscape exhibit, where what we've done is we've actually developed a more complete plan here. We're at conceptual, but we've proceeded ahead and looked at the screening, the relocation of trees, the planting of new trees. And in that, we've done a hydro zone analysis. I actually have Jeff Yardy, who's our landscape architect, is joining us. But we've layered in Monterey cypress. We've done some California sycamores, along the edges, just to kind of infill where some of those eucalyptus trees have come out. And, also kind of bringing a more natural setting to this property that, you kind of lose the edge of the property because we have, the planting goes against the edge in such a way that, it kind of merges with the fence, and you kind of, feel like you're out in nature on this property, which is.
Yeah, it's definitely in our eyes a more organic layout of mature trees than the sort of windrow setting that the trees are, or the very symmetrical orchard layout that is currently on the site. So it's our perspective that we're actually enhancing sort of the tree organic nature on the property. And, recognizing that the property still has a lot of trees, we feel with this plan, we will have a lot of trees when this site is developed as we're proposing.
Yeah. And then we have been meeting with the owners on some of the surface materials. What we've selected for the driveway is a gravel a gravel surface for that. The primary pathways to the buildings are a bluestone paver, and then we have DG paths that kind of connect the different buildings. And we do have some images for that we'll assemble as a materials board for our next hearing. But we do have some images of that if anyone has further questions on these surfaces.
And also, this plan hasn't developed, as our preliminary and final plans will, the bioswale that is along the lower, or what would be the east property line here. But basically, we have all our roof drainage, all our surface drainage going into a bioswale, which will filter the water with a filtered water discharge to the south property line.
And the next few pages are just we had a plant schedule. We have our soils analysis. We have since developed a hydrozone plan that will include going forward, and this is looking at stormwater calculations for the property. So is there anything else we want to touch on?
Well, lastly, in the description that's before you, I note that the cut and fill quantities are from the original project, working with flood control and allowing for the flood hazard venting that we need for our mechanical room, which is a basement. We've had to lower the grade around the building, and we reduced the import for the property by about 1,100 yards. So it was at 3,500. We're probably under 2,500 now as far as an import. So that's gone in a positive direction also.
Excellent.
Okay, it's 100 less trucks on the road.
Yes.
All right. Are there questions from the board? Anyone, we've seen this several times, so I'll just open it up to anyone for questions.
I have a question on that page. Do you have any trees at all between the house? I mean, towards the ocean? It seems to be pretty empty there. Is that intentional? You have a palm tree apparently to remain, and zip. Is that what the client wants? I guess, like a complete open view, including in front of the greenhouse. I mean, there's no corner where you can put a tree in there.
Yeah, the owner would like to retain their views of the beach and up the coast. So we've intentionally kind of filtered out most of the trees by there. We have a couple that you pointed out we are keeping, and a few that we're relocating to kind of frame the view. But the view directly towards the beach, we want to keep unimpeded. We are also proposing for the lawn a seashore paspalum lawn that is oceanside tolerant.
Good.
And I would point out that the seawall in front of the property is, the top of the seawall is at an elevation of about 17. And our site is, you know, down at 16 around the house. And, you know, being 50, 60 feet away from the back of the seawall. So the angle of repose for anybody at the beach that's viewing at the house, you know, the seawall puts an angle on that where you're probably looking up mostly into the second story element, or at least the deck roof on that. So you don't see any of the yard, and at this point there are no trees in the front yard at this point.
And some of those palms have considerable high trunks, so the canopy is, you know, pretty high up there.
Yeah, I'm looking at picture number 4 that shows exactly what you're talking about. It shows, yeah, the slide number 4.
Oh, yeah, the rendering.
Kaylee, can you do that? 4. Yeah, and you blow that up a little bit. Blow up a lot in the center. Yeah, there you go. That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, you can see one of the canopies
Yeah, right there.
right over next to the flagpole and behind the gazebo. Yep. So those are some of the trees that we're keeping that kind of frame in the property, and then we have some that are higher canopies further back.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions?
I just wanted a clarification on the trees. Let me get back to the plan. Is the blue outline the transplanted trees? And then,
Correct.
Okay.
And then the green outline are the ones that are going to remain in their current location.
Okay.
Yeah.
I believe there are 3 palm trees and a sycamore that are in the building footprint that we're moving.
Okay.
Okay, anyone else? Questions?
I have a question. You know, the dormers on the guest house are extremely long, going all the way out to the perimeter wall. Is there a reason for that?
You know, on that, we were looking at bringing some daylight through them on the east side. And it's you know, probably something that is going to get developed as we continue to go into the detailing of it. They are a little bit more pronounced. We've also started looking at some of the molding profiles that are going to be part of the dormer details. So I would say that we're going to continue to develop that as we go forward.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
Very good.
what's the finish of the greenhouse? Is that thing painted or is it just kind of?
Oh, so it's actually a prefab unit. For anyone who did site visits earlier in one of our previous hearings, it is temporarily erected on site. So a number of people actually got to see that greenhouse structure. But it's
painted green.
It's a green, yep.
Yeah.
It's like a Statue of Liberty.
Yeah, it's kind of like a Kelly green or a little lighter than that. Yeah.
All right, cool. Thanks.
Yeah.
So as far as the size of the main house, I think last time there was some concern about how it swelled a bit. Was there any change coming back to this meeting on the size of the house, or just an increase in the porches? Was it?
It was the house is the same square footage as it was previously. It is, like we said, we feel like it's appropriate for the lot, and it definitely fits the client's needs. But what we did is we looked at the porches, the bays, the cupola, chimney, and we just kind of spent a little bit more time on the detailing and the proportions of everything.
And again, that aerial photo we showed you with the existing housing that are on the other smaller lots out there, it's quite evident that they're built out from property to property line with either structures or with other accessory structures or improvements, tennis courts, pools, et cetera, et cetera. We have none of those features in this plan. It's basically the garage, the guest house, the house, a glass greenhouse, and a lot of landscape space in this. And so, we think this is moving in the right direction. And as again, our floor area ratio is nearly half of what the surrounding properties are.
Got it. So then you said bluestone and DG. Is that DG planned to be colored or just the regular yellow?
It's going to be like the yellow brown.
Yeah, the California gold type.
It's like Henley gold.
And then Pennsylvania bluestone?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's it for questions for me. Anyone else have questions? All right. Is anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand. We didn't have any letters that I saw. And no hands going up. So we're back to comments.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just remind everybody where we're at. We're at concept. We have a public hearing because we're the coastal fronting property. And so we're looking, to go on to that hearing with comments, and we'll be back to you for, preliminary finals and hopefully a final at some time.
Okay. All right. So comments, Mr. Richards.
This is the first time I've reviewed this project, so it sounds like it's come in front of the board a few previous times, but I think it seems like a nice project. It seems like the development of it is sensitive to the coastal access there and how it'll be viewed, and the home's not slammed right up against the beachfront. Seems like a modestly sized home for the lot. The landscape seems like it's going in the right direction. So I'm going to say that I have positive comments for this project.
Okay. Ms. Grubb?
I think, I agree. For the most part, it's heading in the right direction. I think the architecture is beautiful. I would just take a look on the planting and make sure with the new tree locations where your sunshade lines are, because I just see it. Maybe those camellias can handle that much sun. It's hard to tell from the plans if they'll have partial shade there, but I'm just looking kind of around it looks like camellias are out in the middle of the sun around the parking area and stuff. So just taking a look at the sunshade lines for planting.
Okay. Let's see, sorry, Mr. Verdiak, comments.
Well, I think that I lament that it's so big. You can't see the property line when you walk around, so you don't know what the floor area ratio is or even care about it. It's just going to appear large, and it is larger. It's lost some of its intrinsic charm. It looks more commercial. but I still like the building. I think it's a great idea and a lot of fun. I think that after all the fooling around with the cupola, it lacks a finial, much like the gazebo does as you go to the beach. It seems like it needs one more touch on top, but that's, you know, that's neither here or there, just my opinion.
Okay. Now, Mr. Peugeot.
Well, the thing is, like the first design was so wonderful. I mean, it was so much in scale, and this one is like a double in size, and you know, it has nothing to do with FAR. I mean, I you know, I'm not a fan of FARs. It has nothing to do with that. It fits perfectly fine. The square footage. That's not my beef at all. It's just that the design itself. It was a wonderful design you started with because it had scale. And there was a scale between the porch and the house, and then it became like, you know, overgrown. I understand that you are under pressure to provide as much square footage as you do, and it will be very hard to push back on that. So I'm trying to get to some place where we can all work it out. I think the cupola doesn't work, and I think the steepness of the roof got taller. I think there are no numbers, but I believe the top of the cupola must be at about 40 feet or so from the grade, or somewhere pretty high up there. And I wonder how necessary. I mean, first I was thinking, well, that's the pitch is not really too steep. It's only 4 on 12, but the roof is so large that it starts going up, and then the cupola comes on top of that. Kind of wonder if you really need it, or you can have like some flash and fancy skylight, and that brings all the light, that does everything you need to do. So that's one part, I guess, to, you know, to ameliorate what used to be a wonderful design, and now it's just kind of, it's a compromise design. And, you know, I understand your pressure to provide more square footage. I get that. The other part that's, I think, Kaylee, we should go to slide 13 when I'm talking, right? I'm talking about elevation, please. Okay, so that's what I'm talking about, right? Like the proportions of this, the girth of the building, the 60 feet, and I'm not sure if that includes the 10-foot porch or not, the height itself. You know, but, you know, if you're set, I mean, it's not the square footage. I think the amount of square footage is perfectly fine. The other thing that doesn't quite work as well, and it's a minor detail, but I'm surprised that you're pursuing this. If you go to, let's see, number 8, floor plan. It's just you know, that's just from architect to architect, the comment. It's a little awkward to have a front porch at the narrowest portion of the porch. You have a nice porch, but just where you have the front door, your porch, instead of being 10 feet, is 7 or something like that. It is, you know, it is not really a good feature, you know, in itself. And then the projections on the second floor, if you go to number 9, I understand you want to make the bedrooms bigger for some reason, but they don't quite work as well in elevation either. So I'm disappointed, because I know you have a lot of talent in your office and you can do great architecture. You must be under pressure to produce more square footage into a design that was not really started to be that way. And this is where we are. So those are my comments, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Alex. Mr. Vice Chair Bloomer.
Quick question. Did you have any perspective views of the proposed design?
Yeah, there was some 3D stuff somewhere.
Yeah, the 3D views are at the very beginning.
Yes.
Right there, page 3 and 2 and 3.
Well, I feel like we're probably not as experienced at reviewing elevations of circular buildings as we are more rectilinear. So that's why I wanted to look at those, because I think it kind of changes the way I look at it when I look at it as an exterior elevation, flat elevation. So anyway, when I look at these, don't know. I don't want to get into contradicting anybody else's comments, but so I don't have any comments to add, Chris. I just would say no, just studying it from an exterior perspective and putting it in its context. Can you go to the previous slide right before that? Yeah. I kind of feel I'm a little bit more comfortable with this project based on, I think when it's just, it's getting kind of dissected on the surgery table here, but it's when it's actually in its context, and maybe it's going to come back. You might want to invest a little bit more effort into putting some renderings together that show how this actually works from a more human perspective, because I think it's probably fine.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. I think I'm somewhere in between. I can hear what Alex is saying. It's kind of like, this thing went on a pandemic eating binge since the first time. And I think if it just, take 10% out of it all the way around, I think it would just help to make it a little more svelte. But it is hard to tell because it's, it is rectilinear and it's round. And from like this angle, for instance, it makes it look very wide and kind of bloated, I guess is the word I kept coming back to. But anyway, I think I'm overall, I'm fine with it. I think John's point about just something on top actually makes sense too. And Alex, maybe it's with 3 and 12 help on the roofs to make it just needs to tighten the belt slightly. Maybe I don't know what it is either, but otherwise landscape plan is coming along nicely. Could we go to that plan real quick? Actually, Kaylee, I just wanted to, this maybe as a comment or just suggestion, but I think as you enter the site again, it's just like it's a parking lot. I guess I wish there was another place for the parking that wasn't so right in front of the house. If it could be tucked more towards the garage, in between that and the guest house. I think you can have parking in the setback, right? I don't know if there's room for it or not, but yeah, just coming in, it'd be nice if you had a nice unobstructed sort of bucolic view of the house coming in the property, but maybe it is what it is. And I know you've already studied that somewhat, but maybe just take another look. And then I think the combination of bluestone with DG is not going to be successful at all. If it was maybe a gray DG, that might work, but those two would clash, I think. And it's a minor comment, but otherwise, I think you're moving in the right direction. I just think tighten the belt on that building a little bit, and you've heard comments from the others as well. So let's see. We're here again for conceptual. So how is the board feeling? Are there any additional comments from anyone before we move on? And then why don't we have, so that, because we're kind of all over the place here, have Travis read them back so we can hone them.
Yeah, could we go over, that was a lot.
And we're not doing very well at, making our comments as comments. We're kind of philosophizing again. So we can try to, hone our skills a little bit too and try to provide comments.
Well, Mr. Chair, if I may, the, sort of the comments that I think that we are looking for at this stage is as we go to the zoning administrator for our hearing, there needs to be findings made as to neighborhood compatibility and sort of the gross design issues from a land use policy standpoint. We'll be back for preliminary reviews and anticipate there'll be several of those. I think the comments that are made as to some of these features are well placed and well intended and deserve more study of those. And I think we can resolve many of the design aesthetic issues surrounding the house and its scale and proportion. But for right now, what we're looking to accomplish next is to, get to our hearing, get by that so that we can get back into the architectural review process.
Got it.
So anything you can do as far as comments for that would be most appreciated.
Okay, Travis, you want to get us started here reading through those?
Yes. So nice project. Be mindful of sunshade lines for planting. How do you spell that specific plant name, Carly?
Oh, I think that's fine the way I don't need to talk about this.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
We clarify Mr. Verdiak's comments because that was a lot of stuff. What John said.
John, do you want to try to, give him some clarity on your comments?
Well, if I can remember what I said.
That's
Well, I mean, I think that as others have reinforced, I think it's lost its initial intrinsic charm by making the rooms larger. And I think that the justification of FAR and neighboring properties, it's larger than the neighboring properties, save one. And I think it's a little too large. That's my opinion. I think that, its initial submission, it was a little funky, which it needs to be, and it needs to be a little offhanded. But making all the rooms a little bigger and all this and that, it takes the it takes the charm out of it, frankly. And anyway, that's my opinion.
You got that, Travis?
Yeah, that it should be maybe a little smaller, would just synopsis would be.
Yeah, and then you also mentioned that little finial, consider
Oh, yeah.
finial on top of cupola.
Or how do you spell that?
FINIAL, just like it sounds.
And to repeat what he said, I say some members or just one member believe the product has lost some of its charm due to its enlargement.
I think most members, or at least, some members.
Okay, all right. And then, I have reconsider height size of cupola and perhaps consider skylights instead.
Yes,
And then,
that's correct.
and then Mr. Peugeot said something along the lines of the porch and bedroom sizes. So something about the awkwardness of the front entry porch.
Yeah, it's a minor comment considering the big scale, so you may want to skip it. But the comment was like usually you don't have the front door, you don't narrow the front porch and put a front door right there. That's the comment, but in terms of the community impact of this structure, that's not it. The big point is that I agree with John that the design has lost its charm when it grew to 60 feet across.
Okay.
The design of the center element. I mean, we're talking about the round building. The other buildings are perfectly fine, better than fine.
And was there a comment about perhaps changing the roof pitch to 3 and 12 instead of 4 and 12?
Well, the comment because it's so large, the building is so large, the roof gets larger.
Yeah.
And lowering the pitch will make it shorter. And I suggest that maybe the cupola could be eliminated altogether. And Mr. Vertiak had the opposite comment, meaning adding a finial to the cupola to make it more substantial. So there are, I guess, two different approaches to that.
But I think
Can I comment on the roof pitch real quick? There is a regulation about building height where we would actually lose some of the height allowed if we go under the 4 and 12 pitch. And with the first floor elevation that is required by flood control, and the fact that we're having to actually raise the building up out of the ground to meet the flood control requirements, we want to make sure that we have enough height for a second floor. So we're kind of battling from two opposing forces between the building height set by the existing grades and flood control requirements for development of the site.
Got it. What are your plate heights?
The plate heights are
We have 9 and 8, is that it?
yeah, if you want to go, go next sheet up. 18.4. So yeah.
So 10.4 on the first floor and 8.4 on the second.
Yeah. So yeah,
So those are not
another-
extravagant volumes.
They're not.
Okay. So anyway, I think, hold on, gents. I think that we've kind of summed it up with these guys understand what we're getting at. And I think that what we're trying to say is that it lacks the charm it used to have, and it might need to get a little bit smaller. I don't think we need to belabor it with little details. I think you guys understand what we're saying. But so Travis, we just want kind of broad strokes here, I think. And so why don't you keep that in mind, and then let's keep trying to fine tune these so we can move on.
Okay. Return with more renderings, restudy parking space locations.
Resite?
Well, consider, I guess if possible, relocate parking to create a better entry experience, because they might not be able to. Was anything missed that is important enough? And then I'll give that a second. Okay, so then how does the board feel about, moving this forward? To me, I feel like there's not going to be a huge change. I almost think that they could move on, and then we can further belabor this at preliminary, but I wanted to see how the other members feel.
Well, I think I'm ready to go there.
I am too.
I guess Alex was my main concern.
I don't think this is going to shrink. It needs to shrink. It needs to something needs to happen. If you let it go, it will come back exactly like this.
Well, I think we still have an opportunity at preliminary, don't we?
Not really, yeah, but it's not gonna get. You're not gonna see a lot of changes. So I don't want to take over the discussion if I'm the only one that thinks that the house is too big. For the design, not for FAR, not for square footage, nothing. It's not the number. It's just the design. It just looks like too bulky and commercial.
Yeah,
we'll definitely.
I agree with you, Alex, and I think John does too. And I think maybe if we press the others, they might agree as well. And I think the client understands that. So I don't want to.
You're not going to change my mind. I don't agree with those comments.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this is the fourth meeting, so I think that the board is divided. And I can't. Val, I don't remember exactly what her take was, but it seems to me it could move forward. If it is going to get smaller, it's only going to be a little bit probably. But I think we have an opportunity to mess around with some of the detailing to mitigate some of that as we move forward. So, and I think they're hearing us loud and clear, at least half the board, that we think it got bloated. So I would encourage us to allow them to move forward, unless there's any major objections.
Okay. Let's do that.
Okay, so there you go, gents. I guess, and I guess, I think we can schedule it or agendize it, Alex, for further conceptual / preliminary. Can we? Or do we need?
They want to go directly to the planning, to the hearing, right? To the staff.
Right. It would need to get zoning approval first before it, which means the hearing before the zoning administrator.
Okay.
And that would need to happen before it could be agendized for prelim review.
Oh, I got you. So it is actually going to return for further conceptual.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Very good. Then we'll see you then.
Thank you for your comments and your effort. Appreciate it much.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on.
Hey, excuse me for 1 second, Chris. I got to take off because I got a doctor's appointment here in a few minutes. So I will see you guys later.
Okay. Thanks, Robert. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
We have 3 more to go here. Item 7, Bowers Edition. Request of Zachary Ulrich, agent for Eric Bowers, for conceptual review of a demolition of a 100 square foot pergola, construction of a new 568 foot residential addition to the front of the existing residence, a 918 square foot interior remodel, new 478 square foot front and side yard patio, new windows, doors, garage door, lights, skylights, exterior paint color, and air conditioning unit. No grading or tree removal proposed. It's a 0.29 acre parcel at 1266 Camino Palomera in eastern Goleta Valley area. Do we have, and this is the first time we're seeing this, do we have an applicant here? Please state your name for the record.
Yes, Zachary Ulrich.
Okay, so Zachary, whenever you're ready, just tell Kaylee where you want to go on the plan set, and we'll try and make it a sort of brief presentation for us.
Yeah, I'll be the first one, I hope. Yeah, it's off of Patterson. It's pretty minor project in my mind. We're doing an addition, and I'll just kind of explain to you, the program. We basically want to expand the living room at the front of the house, and it's a difficult place to do an addition for sure. We're in between 2 hip end extensions of the house. It's like a U-shaped house, and we have this courtyard sort of area and pergola. So the pergola is going to go away, and we're basically going to kind of transform the front of the house to be more of a modern farmhouse. It doesn't really have any style right now, and most of the houses on the street don't. So we're trying to just improve the curb appeal, give it some style. You can see on the site plan there that we've added on in between the 2 wings there of the house. And that's just the living room, dining room addition. It's just to open up the floor plan, get an open concept, living, dining, kitchen area of the house, and just increase that appeal. I've worked with the planner, Cassidy, initially, because there was some concern about the creek bed in the back. And there was also an existing pergola in the backyard that's going to be removed. It's not part of the scope, and I don't think it was ever permitted from the previous owners. So we'll be removing that. There's nothing within the setback. There's nothing in the critical root zones of those oak trees in the back. And if we could go to the color board, which is a separate attachment, we'll just kind of look at the addition in 3D here. So as you can see from this rendering versus the existing site photos, it's we're just trying to transform the house and also gain that open concept living dining area. And like I said, it's a tricky place to add on. So I've tried to do my best with the roof and adding that dormer to just give some aesthetic appeal, because it's a long span there. So I had to do a really low pitched roof on the addition, and you can see it's metal standing seam there on the addition portion. And then I've just kind of wrapped that roof around the front of the house just to give it some some character and beef up the front elevation a little bit. And then we'd be replacing the garage door with something a little more modern to match. All the lighting proposed is fully shielded. And let's see, let's jump to page 5, if we could, of the plan set. This is the existing floor plan, just help you get an idea of the scope of work. That pergola there in the front's going away, and you can see the entry door. You just come in through the entry and you're kind of bombarded by a wall right there in front of you. So we wanted to rework the entry, and this addition is helping to do that. Yeah, and that's about it. We could jump to the roof plan real quick and just so you could see what I did there. It's page 8 is the proposed roof. So it's a lot of roof, but because it's a low pitch, I don't think it's going to be super glaring or obtrusive or impactful. That dormer, I think, helps with that. Also, the skylights are not, they're not going to be intruding on anybody as far as glare is concerned. There's some existing trees and whatnot separating this house from the house to the south. So yeah, that's about it. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the board?
Yeah, I had a couple of questions. You're changing materials, right? Like you propose a board and bat
right
on the front wall, a standing seam roof, and I think you have shingles now and plaster. Am I correct?
Yeah, so the shingles are existing. On the asphalt, shingles are existing, so we won't be doing anything there unless we have to repair. We'll repair as needed, but we're not intending to change that. The rest of the house is stucco. It's a smooth coat. It's kind of like a gray tone, so we'll be painting that. But we're not proposing to change that existing stucco. I think it'll work well with the board and bat if it's the same color.
Okay, so you don't have a color board, do you?
Yes.
Oh, you do. Okay. Oh, here it is. Yeah. Sorry, I found it.
That's okay.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah. What's the slope on the metal roof?
1 in 12. Which, if I go any less than that, it's going to be tricky to find a roofer that'll want to do it. So I tried to go to, I researched a lot, and, you can safely, there's certain types of standing seam that you can do 1 in 12. So that's what we're going to do.
All right. No other questions?
Are you changing the other windows?
No.
Only the ones in the front.
Just the addition.
Which is quite a bit. I mean, the front. Yeah. Okay. No, I can see that. Yeah. Okay. Got it.
Okay. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? Raise your hand if so. See no hands. Comments from the board?
Well, I mean, I think that in spite of your efforts, that the metal roof and shingle roof just doesn't go together. And I think it's unfortunate. And, one thing you could do, you could put a hot mop membrane down instead of the metal. And maybe.
Not at 1 in 12 though, right?
Oh, yeah.
Well, 1 in 12, yeah, you could use a hot mop membrane on there and put gravel on it for that matter, but would that look worse than the standing seam? It just seems like the standing seam looks like a mistake. I know it's not, and I know you've thought about it, but it just doesn't seem to work.
Can we go to the elevations just while we're talking about that?
So, and I can, you know, if it moves to the next meeting and it's still a concern, I can provide you with some inspirational images. It's super commonly done, standing seam with asphalt shingle combination. So I'm not alone in this.
Have you considered, Mr. Chair, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Have you considered the area of the forward addition being done with a parapet roof and bringing that up like a flat roof with a?
Yeah, it would be too modern. I mean, that's not farmhouse. Of course I consider it because it'd be way easier and cheaper to do that.
So you, okay, all right, if that.
Right, we're still in comments, so anyone can jump in.
Yeah, I think in terms of mass bulk and scale, this is an approvable project. And I had some questions about the roof, exactly the same questions. I kind of was wondering, yeah, if a built-up roof will not be easier, or a torch down or something like that. It's not very visible, and it seems to be a better blend. But this is a minor project. I'm really not, I don't want to make too many comments. But it does seem a little bit odd to have that metal roof there.
So, Chris, my comment is consider using a parapet and a flat roof. I mean, I know it's a contemporary project, so it's a reinterpretation of a farmhouse. So I don't really agree with the presenters or the applicants' notion that it can't be farmhouse. The house itself right now is not, it's decidedly not farmhouse, and there's no farmhouse that I've ever, if you're going for traditional farmhouse, you're way far away from that. So this is a contemporary residence using farmhouse materiality. I can go there, and I still think from a massing standpoint and just balancing the house and having it not look odd, I think it's worth exploring that. But if you don't want to do it, that's fine. But that's the only thing I could offer at this point to try and remedy that.
Okay.
Your client wouldn't go for a standing seam over the whole building, would they?
Well, that's a budget question. I think everybody's stretched pretty thin to do any kind of project these days. So yeah, budget's a concern. But the flat roof, it could save some cost if I do it right. I just think it's really going to change the look from what we were going for. So I'll try and explore other materials. I don't think I can do an asphalt shingle at that low pitch of a roof. I think your minimum's like 2 and 12. And if I do that, then,
Well, even at 2 and 12, you still have to have a hot mop membrane under it.
Right.
But you could do it. You could do the membrane and then the shingles on top.
Right.
Can you go to the roof? Can we see the roof plan again?
You could glue the asphalt shingles to the hot mop instead of nailing through it, with Henry's.
Yeah, the question with the parapet is, I'm not sure how that goes on top of the porch, because it's like a column.
Right. That's where I was concerned.
That doesn't work. Mr. Bloomer, at least not with this design, but it seems like a different material will work better. And speaking of cost, I'm not sure how much you get from the false dormer. I'm not sure how much that gives you as opposed to something else.
Right.
It's just an opinion, but there's nothing wrong with it. It's just like, you're talking about budget, but you're spending, you're doing something there. It's ornamental. It doesn't go through. So those are, I mean, I just put things in perspective. This is a small addition and really don't want to be too hard on the applicant.
Yeah, well, I can kind of go there too, Alex. And speaking of perspectives, do you have any?
Other
Perspective
than
views?
the color board view.
Yeah. Well, it certainly doesn't bother me. You know, from a strict like elevation study, it's kind of, I don't know, maybe a bit. Yeah. I don't know. I'm with you, Alex. I think it's fun. If you're not gonna, if you've already exhausted all your options, and this is just.
You know, you also, if you're going to put board and bat on the addition, you could put knee braces on these posts that would, you know, make it look more farmhouse looking, or infill the dormers with board and bat. That's a tough problem.
So, I mean, I don't know if it would help, but, and I don't need to share my screen for this, but if you just Google search farmhouse and then click on images, almost every one has asphalt shingle roofs with metal standing seam combinations. So I don't really understand I don't understand the comment. I think, you know, the clients like it. I'm okay with it. It works from a construction standpoint, and it's cost effective because we can do the low pitch and not do any kind of hot mop method, and it's just easy.
Yeah, well, I would agree with you. It's pretty common to combine those when you're using this vernacular.
Yeah, I mean, I guess your guys' point is not that I'm combining them, but that I combine them improperly.
I don't know. I'm not bothered by it personally. Again, it's minor addition and not that visible. So if it works, great. That's the way I see it.
So do we have, what other materials you have? Doors and windows, what do we have?
Right, we've got a couple, you know, 3 new windows there, 4 new windows. They're going to be the Milgard black.
Is that an aluminum window?
It's a fiberglass, I believe. The Milgard Ultra is a fiberglass.
It's a fiberglass black. Okay. All right. I give up.
Alex,
it can move on to
I think you guys are tired, so
it's just like, I mean, I disagree with the project, but it's a small project, and I don't have to. I mean, it's not in the public interest to spend too much time in these small projects.
I'm not tired. It's only been 6 hours.
Can I ask you, I just have one quick question. Is there a reason this return doesn't go to where the roof pitches connect over here? Why it stops short there? I know that's.
Go to the floor plan. Yeah, there is a reason.
Okay. I don't know that you can see that side, but it seemed it would look a lot better if it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're not going to see it. It's just added money. You know, I'm all about saving $1. So.
Okay.
Maybe you can see that on the elevations too. See what happens there.
Yeah, that's right. I think I noticed it right here. If it didn't go, if it went the rest of the way, but.
You just never see it.
Fair enough.
Okay, so conceptual review. It sounds like people are tapping out and have conceded. So I think that, you know, how does the board feel? Should we have this come back for preliminary final full board?
Not full board. I mean, I don't want to really see it. If I see it, I'm going to comment, and I don't think.
All right, on consent.
Yeah, approve it on consent. You know, I really don't care.
Okay, so we'll return on for prelim and final on consent. I don't think do we really have any, are there comments? Or is just maybe the board is concerned about the,
Let's list the suggestions to use a different roof that, I mean, just make the suggestion suggestion to use a roof that matches the existing. The second one is to extend the porch around the what is it, the north side, is it? Let's see, where's the north? Along the north side to where the roof connects, where the gable starts. And suggestion to, well, no more suggestions. I guess those two.
Okay. All right, very good. Then there you have it. That's it.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Moving on, item number 8, Kariaku, new single family dwelling.
Oh.
Did you have to step down or something, Kaylee?
Oh, no, sorry. Did we, I think is 7, did we do 7?
That's what we just did.
That was it.
Okay.
So request of Tom Meany, agent for Errol Kariaku, which I just butchered, for preliminary final approval of a new 2,300 square foot single family dwelling and 420 square foot garage, balanced cut and fill, 1.5 acre parcel, 1201 San Antonio Creek Road. Last heard April 16th of this year. And Tom, I think, are you here with us?
I think so. Am I?
Looks like it. Looks like you've been here all day.
So have you guys.
We have 3 comments from the last meeting. I'll go ahead and read through those. Project is well designed and should stand the test of time. Landscape plan looks great. Project is well sited. Consider adding screening behind ADU or at the top of the hill to provide additional privacy. Hammerhead could be softened so it does not appear so obviously as a hammerhead. So fairly minor comments.
Aaron, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. I think I'll jump in and address those 2 comments. The first one about the screening would be sheet L3.1. Probably that's the civil plan.
L3.1.
Are there multiple pages or?
Are the landscape drawings not in?
There's a separate landscape.
It's a separate.
Oh, there we go.
It's just loading and then I can click through.
And also just mention if there are any, major changes since the last time.
Nothing major, just a more complete set of plans. And there we go. So I added 5 pittosporum oak leaves on the north side of the ADU. And also what you're not seeing on this sheet, because it's to the north, is there is an existing ligustrum hedge along San Antonio Creek Road up at the top of that slope, but it's off the sheet, so it's not shown. So that was that comment. And then as far as the hammerhead, I did study changing the shape of it to more organic shape, which caused it to get larger. And I just didn't really like making that paving larger than it already is. But we have broken up the entryway there with some cobbles. And there's 2 entry columns there, right at the south where you enter the property. Yeah. So there is some a bit of breakup with materials on the hammerhead. But the shape, I just thought the hammerhead shape actually worked fine the way this side is set up. And you make that left turn up to the upper motor court. But I'm open to suggestions on the shape of it. But I think the hammerhead shape really worked fine for this project.
Okay. Yeah, I think that was my comment, and obviously if you do change the shape, then it does make it bigger. And I think I don't know. I mean, we were just talking about loosening the line a little bit, something like that, but just so it doesn't look so hammerheady. But, you know, again, you studied it. This isn't seen that much. So just a suggestion, really. All right. Let's see what else. So that was it, right? Any other major changes, Tom, on your end?
No changes. It's basically details and cut sheets for light fixture, color board, that sort of stuff.
Okay, so let's go through that because this is here for preliminary final. So maybe we can just run through the sheets.
Yeah, this is a site that we reviewed a couple of years ago, right? Didn't we approve the property here?
Yeah, there was a previous house designed by the client. It was just too big and too expensive. And so we went with something that was a lot smaller, simpler building forms, less grading, no retaining walls, just something that was a lot softer and smaller.
And also, you oriented the house better. I think it follows the contours better than the previous one. So, you know, I can see how it's, you know, anyway.
It was just a reduced retaining walls and grading. So.
Tom, where would you like me to go?
Should we just run through elevations, then jump to details, maybe?
Yes. 13 gets you elevations, right?
Be 6'1", 6'2", 6'3". There we go. So it's just basically a simple L-shaped house with simple gables. We're trussing a good portion of the roof for cost considerations. The ceilings are decent height, 10 feet in the bedrooms and I think 11.5 in the great room. Using a George Davidson roof tile, metal clad window. We have some nice details, like we got like the far right there. We've got a Gladys McBean pot buried in the wall at the ascending stairs up to the pantry area. A nice little window grill adjacent to that. So when you're driving up the driveway, you're going to see that little corner stair and that window and that corner light fixture. So that's going to be a sweet little arrangement as you're driving up the driveway into the guest parking area. Really simple detailing, simple eave, simple plaster frame around the front door, simple massing, but some really nice light fixtures, ironwork, some nice handmade materials. Kind of understated. And then we have a detached garage, cedar plank doors, and then we have an ADU. That's if you go to the next one. We have an ADU that's up above a few feet higher than the motor court and buried into the hillside. And there I went with lower plate, lower doors, over 7-foot doors. I think it's like an 8.6 plate. So I wanted that building to be small and nestled into the hillside. I didn't want it to be looming over the house or the guest parking area. So we ran the ridge in the direction. So it's got a very small profile facing down towards the house. And then the gable end captures that really great mountain view up canyon rather. And then we have some details, a couple sheets down. Getting there. One more. So you have some ironwork, little chimney cap, simple. You go back one. There you go.
Or I think there's a lag.
Okay. Simple plaster coat detail. Go to the next one. It's 2x8 walls. We had a nice 4-inch reveal into the windows. And the garage door, I think we're about 18 inches deep for the garage door opening. So we had another nice reveal there. We have a couple buttresses, a sweet little profile. And then on the back side, if you go down one more, we have a small covered porch that's off of the kitchen, framing the mountain views to the rear. It's got a really great up canyon view that's pretty spectacular. And there should be a color board in there somewhere. I sent it to our planner recently.
I think it's here. It's just separate. It's coming up.
Okay. There we go. So there's the George Davidson roof. I took this off of another project I worked on. Dark sky light, of course, and then we're going to go with an off-white plaster, probably a blue-gray or green-gray window, and then the heavy timber at the outdoor porch would be like a soft gray-brown. And that's about it.
Where is the bulb? Is the bulb going to be fully up and covered in that light fixture? I assume.
It could be.
It needs
We've
to
done
be.
that before. If it's required, we'll do it. I know up in San Ynez you have to
It
do it
should
that
be,
way.
yeah.
Is that a South County requirement? Because I know in San Ynez you have to do it that way.
Yeah, it's dark sky compliant. You can't see the light source.
Yeah.
So you will have to do that. Okay. Sounds like that's everything. So we can bring it back to the board for questions. Anyone?
No questions.
All right. Is there anyone from the public? There's no attendees. So no public comment. Comments from the board. This here, again, preliminary final.
This is ready to go, Mr. Chair.
Okay. You want to make a motion?
I make a motion to approve for preliminary and final approval as submitted.
I'll second.
Okay. Second by
Thank you.
Josh. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Continue on.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to our final item of the day, which is number 9. It's there you go. It's number 10 in the folder. There is no folder.
Okay.
So this is the Goleta Cemetery request of Hugh Twyble, agent for Goleta Cemetery District, for a conceptual review of an update to the cemetery entrance, realignment of the site entry road, upgrade to the ADA path of travel, improvements to the storm drainage along the west property line, facade improvements to the district office, which adds 216 square foot patio cover and 174 square foot porch cover. Remove utility pole and related undergrounding, and this will require approximately 400 yards of cut and 5 cubic yards of fill on a 15-acre parcel at 44 South San Antonio Road in Santa Barbara. Hugh, I see you up there.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm new to this, so bear with me.
All right. So yeah, basically, Kaylee will be manning the computer. So just tell her what sheet you want to be on, and then you can just go ahead and give us your presentation.
Okay, maybe you can zoom in on the site, the vicinity map and the assessor's map. I don't know if anybody knows where the cemetery is. A lot of people don't. You go out Foothill Road, Hollister, and it's just past the Page Center before you get to San Marcos High School. And you go up San Antonio Road, and it's the big green area. There's a little square notch in the middle of it. It kind of wraps around, and that's the search and rescue and the coroner's office. So this is really 5 separate projects, and the director, Rick Bauer, wanted to put them all into one project. So some of this, I think, requires BAR review, and some of it may not, but we put it all in there. So I guess we could go to sheet 2. And sheet 2 is an aerial photograph. If we could zoom in on where it says entrance gates. Okay. See up a little bit there. Okay. Where it says entrance gates is the entry to the cemetery. Below that, to the right of San Antonio Road, is the county property. And the county has never paved that area. It's got a dirt, it's just pavement that ends in dirt. And so we went to Supervisor Hart and we pointed it out to him, and we asked him if, the cemetery could pay to have a curb, gutter, and sidewalk put in along that right of way. And Supervisor Hart said, no, the county should have done that a long time ago. And so that's one of our projects, is to have the east side of San Antonio Road paved with curb, gutter, and sidewalk. When we get up to the entry gates, it's going to have a handicap ramp. On the west side of the road, there's already a sidewalk, but it dies into a wall. It dead ends into the cemetery wall. So we're going to put another handicap ramp on that side also. Where it says patio cover, that is a combination office and caretaker's building, director's building. And we're going to add a porch cover at the entrance to the office and a patio cover for the director's building. If you'll go to the left side of that aerial photograph, okay, and then down, you'll see a row of trees and a cul-de-sac the other direction up. You'll see a row of trees and a cul-de-sac there. And for years and years, the water from the cemetery is drained over that wall into the house at the end of the cul-de-sac. The retaining wall along there is 3 feet at the southern end and about 8 feet at the northern end. And the improvements to the storm drainage along the western property line basically is putting in a swale above the retaining wall to the east of those trees, and it will empty down into a catch basin at the bottom and then enter out onto the roadway. So it's a minor project, but the neighbors, I think, will all be appreciative of that. I guess we could go on to sheet 3. And some of these are civil engineering drawings, so they've got a lot of detail on them. If we could blow up where the entry gate, there's some cross hatching there. If we could blow that area up. We're extending out into the right of way in that area a little bit. And we're going to have handicap ramps at that sidewalk on the left-hand side. And we're going to have one on the west side. And they're going to come across the gates to the east side there and culminate at that walkway. This, in Northern California, one of the cemeteries up there was sued because they did not have handicap access. People, it was exactly like this cemetery. Pedestrians walk through the automobile gate on the asphalt. There's no sidewalk entrance to the cemetery at this point. And if there was a handicapped person, they would probably do the same thing. So what we're doing is providing both access for pedestrians and the handicap. So from that handicap ramp, we go east, and there is a second entrance to the cemetery, which is just for service. It's a service entrance, and we're going to do a jog, and then there's a ramp that we're going up to the level of the rest of the parking lot. So if you can swing to the east, I guess move the drawing there. Yeah, keep going. That ramp goes up and it jogs and comes out at the level of the parking lot. And we have an existing handicap parking area there with existing access down to the office. I think you'll have to go to sheet 3.
While we're on this sheet, can we go back to the left a little bit? I just had a quick question.
Sure.
Keep going. I'm just wondering, where does this go or come from? And why, is there
the sidewalk? The sidewalk runs up from the south now, and there's a wall. See where the property corner is, the circle?
Yeah.
Sidewalk dead ends into that wall. It just stops.
Okay. So it's coming up through here?
Yeah, and the curb goes up and stops too. And so we're adding that ramp to cross the street. Initially, that was all we were going to do, but when the county volunteered to do the sidewalk on the east side of San Antonio Road, we're adding that too. So there'll be 2 accesses to get to this entry to the cemetery.
Okay. I think we move on to the next.
Okay, let's go to sheet 4. And up. Maybe I cut it off too soon. Anyway, on the left-hand side, you'll see a curved walkway there. It parallels the road. There's a handicap bathroom inside that little dotted square. And it'll continue along past the handicap bathroom, and it turns a corner and then exits out onto the roadway in about the middle of the cemetery. So none of these ADA facilities were ever joined together, and the idea of doing this is to do that. We're also straightening the driveway in this area. There was sort of a zigzag with a funny off, I don't know how you would explain it. It was an odd hump, and the visibility along there was very bad. So we're going to be lowering the driveway about 3 feet, 4 feet, and straightening it out so that automobiles have better visibility in there. Right now, to get to that restroom, people would have to walk down the side of the road to get to it. So that's the reason we're adding the sidewalk in there and making it all accessible. I guess we could go to the next sheet, which would be 5. These are some sections. I don't know how much you really want to know about those. It just shows, you know, some of the retaining wall work and stuff that we're having to do. We're sort of sandwiched between the service entrance and the parking area. There's an existing planter with a hedge in there. We're going to maintain the hedge so that you don't see from the parking area down into the service entrance or the service alleyway there. The lower section, you can kind of see the angle of the road now. We're going to drop that about 3 feet on the upper end to make it a little more.
What's the material on the retaining walls?
We're going to be using concrete block, and we're going to be plastering those to match the buildings. The one that's on the lower side, the lowest one down there where we're cutting into the road, we may be facing that with sandstone.
Okay.
In a lot of cases, we're going to be covering the retaining walls with creeping fig, which is on, they have a wood wall there now and it's covered with creeping fig, but obviously because it's wood and the weight of the vines, it's sort of deteriorating. So we'd like to just replace it with concrete block. In some cases that becomes a retaining wall on the lower side. And then we're going to plant creeping fig back on there to cover that, because we really don't have any room to plant hedges or anything along there. If we could go to sheet, I don't think we need to look at all these sections unless you want to. We could go to sheet 8.
Sheet 8 will give you more information. There you go.
Yeah. Okay, this is the entry walls at the entrance to the cemetery. Right now they're concrete block and they're faced with Eldorado stone that was probably put in about 1960. And it's pretty bland. It just doesn't have any character to it or anything, but the concrete masonry walls underneath are solid. The gates are solid. So what we're proposing to do, and we've tested this, the Eldorado stone pops off pretty easily. So we're going to remove that, clean up the concrete block, and reface it with sandstone. We won't be using 8-inch thick. We'll probably be using the attached veneer sandstone, but it'll be Santa Barbara sandstone. The gates are existing. The only thing we're doing is adding the hummingbird logo because that's the logo for the cemetery. We're keeping the lighting as is. There's on the right-hand side of the entry gate, you'll see there's a plaque that identifies the cemetery. Before Rick Bauer came, there was no sign at all saying that this was a cemetery, which I thought was kind of interesting. If you look to the right, you'll have to turn your head, but that's the service entry gate. And right now it's just black wrought iron. And what we're proposing to do is a bronze colored paneling on the back side of that. So you're not looking down that service alley. And we're going to change the lighting on there to something a little more subtle. It will just be a down light. So it doesn't really call attention to those gates. And then to the right of those, or left of those gates, you can see there's a man gate, and that will be the pedestrian and handicap access to the cemetery. And then one more sheet down. This is the office, the existing entry elevation. You'll see there's light, there are windows above the doors and windows. And above the two windows on either side of the door, they now have awnings with angle brackets on there. People are constantly hitting their heads on the angle brackets. So what we're proposing to do is at the bottom, just do a covered porch, get rid of the upper windows. The director doesn't like those. They mainly just heat up the rooms, and they don't really do much in the way of adding light. And then to the left of that is a patio cover. It's just a simple little trellis with a solid roof over the top of it. Oh, and then there's a utility pole, which I don't know if you guys have my photographs or not, but there's a utility pole in front of the office that's got 3 transformers on it. It's huge. And we're going to underground that as part of this project too, and put in a transformer down on the ground. Let's see. Okay, if we start at the bottom, those are the existing gates. You can see the El Dorado stone on there and the landscaping. We're going to get rid of all those red signs and hour signs and all of that stuff. And we're going to clean up the landscaping. The second one is the upper photo is looking back down the parking lot toward the gates from the handicap parking spot. And you can see the whole cemetery is undulating, and this is quite a rise here. It's probably 8 feet above the entry gates. So we couldn't put the handicap up there. It was about a 7 or 8% grade, and that's why we're doing the ramp instead of just putting it adjacent to the parking lot. So if you can go to the next photos. That's looking down San Antonio Road, and on the left-hand side where that white car is where we're going to do the curb gutter and sidewalk. And then where that boulder is in the ivy is where the handicap ramp will be. One of them will be there. I don't know why that one's so small, but that's the service entrance, and that gate's going to be covered with solid paneling on the back side. And this is looking from the entry gates up toward the office, and that car is parked in the handicap ramp. So you can see there's fairly good grade there that we have to deal with. And then we're going further into the parking lot. We're up at the higher level now, and the office is beyond that car down to the right. And you can see over on the left, the road kind of does this funny angle up to the left, and we're going to level that out. And then this fence over here, if you go down to the next one, you can see it's sort of a zigzag turn. This hedge is going to come out. We're going to level that. Here's the front of the building with the awnings, and you can see the bars on either side supporting the awnings that everybody whacks their head on. And then this shows the existing handicap facilities. This bench will be modified, so there's a bench on either side, and the walkway will just continue on to the right toward the back of the cemetery. This is the director's patio, and we're going to put a trellis over that. And then the next photos are just looking down toward the handicap restrooms. And then the next small photo is the restrooms. And the last photo shows the service court. The hedge that's there now will be moved up against the building, and the sidewalk will be against the curb and gutter. The yellow poles will come out, and there'll be a ramp down there at the end of the building back onto the paving. So that's basically it. There's a lot of little projects here, but they add up into a big one, I guess.
Okay. Thank you very much. Questions?
No question.
Okay, that was pretty thorough. Anyone have questions? No? Is there anyone that would like to, from the public, to speak on this item? There are no attendees anymore. But, okay, so back to the board for comments.
Well, I think that it's very nicely done, especially the entrance to the gate, which we can relate to. The rest of it is pretty much engineering and mechanical, but yeah, I think there's good improvement to the gate and taking care of the handicap facility, and it's just fine. I support it.
Okay. Anyone have anything different to add?
So can this come back for preliminary and final and consent?
I would say so. Do you have to go anywhere else, Hugh, for any special mods or anything?
No, I think you people are it. We will have a landscape plan. Most of the cemetery is hedges and ground cover and lawn, and so that's probably what we'll stay with. They have a staff of 3 that maintains the whole cemetery. On the front, I was thinking of using white agapanthus on either side of the driveway, maybe some white roses behind that, star jasmine for ground cover. And originally I was thinking of using citrus for the small trees, but in deference to the Goleta Valley, but I think they might not do that well there. So I'm almost thinking now of something like a saucer magnolia or something like that as a tree, a larger saucer magnolia.
Is there a way to eliminate some of the grass, or is it taboo? Is it something that has to be there?
Well, you know, it's interesting. I felt the same way when I first started working with them a few years ago. I did a service building, and it turns out that the cemetery is almost 100 years old, and they have their own water well. And it's the bane of the Goleta Water District that they have their own water well. The service entrance goes back to an injection well that the Goleta Water District monitors or runs. And so they don't have any problem with water. I mean, it's just, you know, excuse me here.
Okay.
The only thing that I would suggest it to them was maybe they change the type of lawn, but over the years, I think they probably have 10 different types of grass growing in there. You know, whatever's there is grown.
It's also a cultural thing, Hugh. I think like we're getting over lawn. When I came to this town, everything was a lawn. Any empty space had a lawn, had a piece of grass. And now in Santa Barbara, it's hard to find a lawn, at least on the side, on the front yards and so forth. And it's almost like an educational thing. But that's why I mentioned it. If you have it, wait. It's not the. I mean, maybe you have as much water as you want, but for the community as an educational thing, I think it's kind of nice to move the conversation in a different direction.
Yeah, I'll bring it up to the director. I don't know what we would do. If we use decomposed granite, it's all going to wash down the hill. I suppose we could pave it with cement.
No, I mean other kind of ground covers or any kind of. There's so many beautiful things. Anyway, I'll leave it up to you. You know more about this than I do.
Okay.
One thing I was going to suggest, just looking at this page, is maybe consider bringing concrete across here so that you kind of visually close down the service gate a little bit, and you're sort of more, and also just for safety and just smoother surfacing and all that. I think it makes sense that it just sort of makes that entry more pronounced and it doesn't trail off to the right over there. So
yeah, I like that suggestion. We're adding concrete. Right now, the asphalt goes from the road right into the cemetery. We are going to add a concrete across the entrance there.
Right here. Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's a good suggestion. I think you'd add it the other direction too.
Yeah.
So I'll make a note of that.
Okay. So I think we, excuse me, I think we already said that we would send this prelim final on consent with that one suggestion. And also we're gonna, need to take a look at the landscape plan. So
Okay.
that's pretty much it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Nice job.
Thanks.
All right. So that's it, ladies and gentlemen.
Wait. Katie,
No.
don't you have something to share with us?
Me?
Yes.
Oh, he's not with me next time. Are you talking about Luke?
Is it video or something, any video clip or something
You
like
have a
that?
baby you can hold up for us?
I'll put it on my phone, and yes, 1 second. I did promise Leah that there would be a picture.
But you're gonna have to stop sharing so we can see it larger.
Yep, there he is.
Wait, you gotta stop share, right? How do you do that?
Oh, stop share. Okay.
Yeah, because right now you're just a thumbnail. There you go.
Oh, sorry, and the lighting's probably terrible, but
Oh,
there.
Yeah, there we go. Well, tell him that he needs to get some hair, okay?
Yes.
Oh, what's his name?
And
Ah,
start
hair's
prepping him
overrated.
for as a future SBAR member.
He already was an SBAR member
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
about 9 months.
Exactly.
All right.
He's got his own terms.
Okay.
That,
All right, guys.
Congratulations. That concludes
Good job,
the
Chris.
SBAR. Hold on just a second. We need to, make
Chris,
a
I like the term you coined, hammerheady.
hammerhead.
Yeah, I'm not going to forget that.
Well, that concludes the SBAR meeting of Friday the 13th, 2021, August. Someone make a motion, please.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
All right. All right. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate the help.
Okay.
Good job, Chris.
Have a great weekend.
Yep.
Everybody.
Thanks, staff.
Susan.
Thanks, Leah.
Thanks, Leah. Bye.
Bye.
Miss you already.